impeccable haircut. A nice. I do know that everyone only subscribes for my hair. When I go bald, I retire. I know that's the case. It's very with a 430 love. He hits 4 in the net. Farzan said hi back. Yeah, Farzan's been in here for the last pretty much all day, just coming in and out. So I'll just jump over there and say hi. I'll quickly say hi too because I'm hanging in there too. All right, 30-15.
Something wrong.
30-15 is Rev serves.
All right. June Islip, you're first. It looks like 2 people on.
So we're going to take the 400 of Dimitrov, 400 reserve, and
turn that off. I'm signing on because it's 3 o'clock. I don't really have a planned itinerary, but I've been screaming DBMM for months. I tried to download the information from the court system on MMTLP. I gave up. I'll try again. Maybe too many people are doing it. GTII is 93.5. Of course it is. But it's low volume. And I think we're almost there. Wow. Walking and running in the Eiffel Forest in Germany. Is that the Black Forest? Eiffel Forest. Is it near Eiffel Tower? I wonder why it's called Eiffel. I guess Germany and France share the parts of the world. Maybe it's where the steel is. I don't know. Forest Eiffel. Ah, it's enchanted, maybe? Oh. Eiffel National Park. Yeah, it's the Rhine. Yep. It's on the border with France. Wow, it's a big place. Exploitation of the forest, especially for the production of charcoal, resulted in the clearing of trees over much of the Eifel by the early 19th century. It was the Prussians in the 19th century who planted large parts of the Eifel with spruce. The planting of this type of tree was further encouraged after the Second World War. Spruce trees grow faster than many species of deciduous tree and enable more rapid reforestation. Very interesting. Anyway, let's talk Hector. I don't know if it's a new haircut because I got it last week, but it's relatively new. Kingsford. When I'm back home in 1 hour, I hope I can buy my Diablo roaster back. I sold to buy DBMM and GTII. Well, I hope you can get your Diablo roadster back. Between the Belgian Battle of the Bulge area and the German Hurtgenwald, band of brothers, still a lot of ammo in the forest. Yeah, it's, I once saw Bon Jovi sing 2 songs. It was the longest concert I've ever been to in my life. It says here, several parts of the national park will not be open to the public for a long time. Anti-personnel minefields sown with Glassmine 43 mines dating from the Second World War period still exist near the dam of the Erft Reservoir. These sorts of mine cannot be easily cleared because there is still no device able to detect them. Even explosive sniffing dogs cannot. All right, hang on. Oh well. Lordy. Well, I don't know if we'll squeeze this week, but we could. When ist das Nunstück geht und Stottermeier? Ja. Bärenhund des oder die Flipperwald der Sput. I have no idea what you're saying. All right, DBMM, is it running or something? Hey, Jennifer. If we start to go up, can you go on live with GTII, please? If we start to go up, and if it starts to trade up, sure, I'll go live. I mean, it seems like a harmless promise since we never go up, but we will go up. He's telling an Irish joke. Guten. Assad Rahman, I'm taking profits all the way up with DBMM up to $1. Fed up of bag holding. Well, Assad, one of the problems with knowing a story so well, I told you this, but I had a boss, he'd say, Billy, when you start talking to the CEO, you stop managing money. And that's what happens. Once we know too much, we think, and we stop managing our money. We start believing that it's going to go to the moon, and we don't just trade out. I mean, on the face of it, we all understand now that, particularly in GTII, that Kurt Kramer sold shares with reckless abandon that did not exist. And we know that the SEC and Gary Gensler don't care. And we know the back offices don't catch it out. And we know he is, with his friends, able to manipulate the markets, take money out of the markets without essentially stiffing his prime broker. So we know all that. And so when it goes up, I guess in retrospect, we should know that he's going to bring all of his puny powers to bear to drive it back down. And by puny, I mean unimaginative, boring. But in a criminal world, a criminal succeeds. GNS got another big deal. Well, that's important. Deals. It's all about deals. Let me just see how DBMM is trading because it's getting so much attention. .0127, so it's up 42%. It's out of the dead zone, which is good. Well, Lee, if you can't fill small orders for GTII, that means the market makers aren't doing their job. And but that's not a surprise. They're just there to take advantage of stealing. They're not really there to do. That's just all lip service. We don't need market makers anymore, or we do. We either should bring them back for real, or stop pretending this current crowd of criminals are really market makers, because they're not. And you know, I also, it used to be, I don't think they're obligated to fill an order that's not 100 shares. But I don't know. I mean, it's so small. It's the difference between what, $80 and $100? Let me show you this. Let me see if it came up on YouTube. Feeling really out of it today for some reason. All right, so did it come up? No, of course not. It wouldn't be that easy. So if I go to Twitter, go here. There we go.
As smaller companies continued to be destroyed, and as average investors on Main Street lost their shirts to naked short selling, John Harmer, a former California state senator and lieutenant governor under Ronald Reagan,
I think I played this before.
with this little-known practice.
Like most people in this country, when I first heard the term naked short selling, I had no clue as to what they were mentioning.
But Harmer soon discovered that naked short selling had decimated the value of many small companies.
I sat down with one individual who was able to go onto his computer and in real time show me what was happening into the stocks of several of these companies on that day as naked short selling was taking place.
The evidence was astonishing.
Everybody denied that it was brokers in the big brokerage houses that were doing it, but we were able to identify very clearly that that's exactly who was doing it, driving down the value of those stocks, driving the company out of business. A lot of that was going on without these CEOs knowing it, or they knew it was happening, but they just said, don't tell me about it. I don't want to know what the guys in the back room are doing.
Harmer began to dig deeper to learn more about the fraud.
I turned to all the sources I could think of, the internet, lawsuits, etc.
Armed with this information, he took his concerns to the Senate Banking Committee, who had oversight of the SEC.
This is 15
I went
years
to
ago.
Senator Bennett in the Senate Banking Committee and brought to them then specific examples of the flagrancy of what was being done and the inaction by the Securities and Exchange Commission in the face of this evidence.
Senator Bennett jumped on board, but Harmer and Bennett faced an uphill battle convincing other senators to even acknowledge the problem.
They had no clue what I was talking about. And yet I would tell them, look, we're talking about the economic future of this country. We're talking about the segment of industry that produces the most jobs, small business. We need to keep them alive and well. And they're being destroyed by a very small group of predatory people who are using their power to make a fortune for themselves, a fortune that often isn't even taxed the way it works, and then walking away from the ashes.
Harmer and Bennett continued their crusade to clean up Wall Street.
Now, Senator Bennett, he was willing to go forward. He was committed. And in fact, we had this piece of legislation drafted.
But just when it looked like Congress would finally take the lead against fraud on Wall Street, Harmer and Bennett ran into a stone wall, one erected by the Depository Trust Clearing Corporation.
They have such enormous power. They are able to be totally off the record, totally invisible, but wield enormous impact upon what's going on.
As the fails to deliver problem continued to escalate, advocates and economists began to take a closer look at the DTCC. Especially a process they use to clear the trades, called the Stock Borrow Program.
The broker looks for shares, can't find them, says to the seller, can't find the shares. He says, proceed.
The DTCC steps in. The Stock Borrow Program essentially fills that role.
And this is where critics believe the problem lies. When a broker transacts a short sale and no shares are available, the Stock Borrow Program allows the transaction to go through without borrowing the stock from another shareholder's account.
So there are now two sets of shares representing the same shares. Those shares appear electronically in both accounts.
Electronically.
It's the same share. One of them is a phantom share. We know that the DTCC is clearing trades even when they can't locate the shares through the Stock Borrow Program. In those cases, the Stock Borrow Program claims their shares but never finds them.
Since Suzanne Schrumbeth first learned of the fraud in 1993, this little hole in the system has grown into a chasm.
The DTCC, through its Stock Borrow Program, has in effect created hundreds of millions of phantom shares.
And it multiplies on a continual basis.
On any given day, there are between 500 million and 1 billion shares have been sold and failed to deliver.
Your stock is getting lent to this firm, to that firm, to this firm, to that firm. Each firm gives each other an IOU, but at the end of the day, if everybody went and claimed their stock and said, give me my physical certificates, they would not be able to do it.
Having spoken to people within the market who admitted that they were actually doing this, they were taking advantage of this loophole, we realized that this was an immense problem.
So big, it's so systemic, it involves people with so much money, multiple billionaires. Well, I wonder how they're making that much money. I have my ideas from this activity.
They operate from an inherent position of conflict of interest, in which their owners earn profits off of the transactions of naked short sales.
Why would we take an organization that's privately owned and put it in control of $30 trillion a month of transactions with essentially limited supervision? Who owns it? The New York Stock Exchange owns it. All the prime brokers own it.
Its members just happen to be Wall Street.
The same parties who would have to enforce delivery.
And there's been no forced accountability.
So the fox is watching the henhouse.
And the fox is eating all the eggs.
That was 2 years ago. That's it's just naked short selling on YouTube 2 years ago. But I've also watched half of this movie, Apes Together, and it's on Amazon, and it's good. I haven't gotten to the part where they talk about the naked. Well, no, I have. They've just started talking about the naked short selling, but I haven't gotten to the part where they talk about how criminal it all is. I still have about 40 minutes of the movie to watch, but it's really well done. It's called Ape Together, or let me see if I can find it. It's on Prime Video. It costs money. Well, at least it did for me. I have. There it is. It's Apes Together Strong. I have 42 hours left. I have 37 minutes left and 42 hours left to watch it. I'm not going to play it because it's probably a copyright issue. But I recommend it. It's a documentary by the Mulligan brothers. This groundbreaking documentary tells the true story of how a group of retail investors banded together to take on hedge funds in it says an historic fight for transparency and fairness on Wall Street. Well, Brent, I hope we're not a third world country. I think we already are in many ways, but I mean, I live in the nation's capital. You should see the roads here. I'm sure you could go to Timbuktu and drive on better roads in the capital. That's probably an exaggeration since I'm not sure they have roads there, but not having been, I can't say. But I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, give Jennifer a like. Give her a like. Tom M., great call yesterday with Ham. West Ham United. I wasn't sure if the question was asked. Has the DTC ever stepped in and covered a squeeze? No, I don't think that's the right way of asking that question. But I think I understand what you're asking. Look, when Kurt Kramer walks away, Alpine takes over. When Alpine walks away, the NSCC, I guess FINRA sends somebody in, and the buying happens right there on the trading platforms of Alpine. And the error So there, I guess what I'm trying to clarify, there's two steps. They cover the error, and it could have a massive cost. It's going to first come out of the free credit balances that still remain in the LLCs at Alpine. But Kurt Kramer's already, and his buddies, have already stolen as much of the money out and covered, as I've explained to you, that one LLC shorts, the second one shorts but buys from the first, and it's all RICO, and it goes on. It can go on for 100 LLCs, and they get most of the money out that they want. That's stealing, but in Gary Gensler's world, it's okay. I wonder in Bill Clinton's 3 strikes you're out, if they allowed drug dealing, Joe Biden's 3 strikes you're out, Hillary Clinton's 3 strikes you're out, how long this would go on. But in Wall Street, who purchased Bill Clinton, purchased Hillary Clinton, purchased Joe Biden, purchased Hunter Biden, purchased Janet Yellen, it goes on and on and on and on and on. But anyway, a lot of that money's out. But there is still money at Alpine on behalf of these shady LLCs. There may be some sort of personal guarantees or other assets that are linked to the accounts. It just depends. So that'd be the first source of capital that'll get sucked out to cover the losses. Then they will call the Kramers and all of the Kramers LLCs. The phones won't ring. And these are the LLCs so that the Kurt Kramer can say, I'm not doing it. You know, it's his, he's such a control freak. I don't think it'd be very hard to find a link between these LLCs and his glorious self. But the fact is, when they call these LLCs, probably the phones don't work anymore. So that's the next place they go. Then they're going to go to your broker-dealer, and they're going to say, all of them, all of the broker-dealers have to come together and cover this. And it'll be a negotiation. The broker-dealers the first time are going to say, hey, we didn't know about it. But that's getting much harder to do in the case of GTII. Back in September, October, November, the squeeze was on, and everyone decided to go to COSM for whatever reasons. I'm sure they were the best of reasons. It was the best of times. But it took the pressure off. But the system, they cannot say they didn't see it back then. And so a judge is going to ask, well, what'd you do then? Well, we started buying in. Why'd you stop? Well, the price went down. Is that a good enough reason to stop? Are you still following securities laws? The other thing is, the prime broker's assets itself, and I skipped over that. In the case of Alpine, I assume there's not very many assets there, because John Hurry and Justine Hurry, whether they're getting divorced or not, through their trust, Piggly Wiggly and I'm a right out of the Richie Rich comic book sized woman LLCs. They've taken the money away out of Scottsdale Capital and out of Alpine. So I have a feeling there's not much money there. But in a typical situation, the money, you would take down the prime broker. So after all of that happens, and depending on the success of the broker-dealers saying, hey, we didn't know, we're not liable, it'll go back and forth, and it might even become a court case. It will then go up the ladder to the DTCC. And that's just it's basically J.P. Morgan calling all the heads of all the Wall Street banks and hedge funds into his living room in New York in the middle of a panic. The DTCC is owned by the large financial institutions, and they will step in and cover the error because they want to keep the markets going. They can, to you, it sounds like two things to you. If they're, let's say it's a $200 billion loss in GTII, and let's say they can only find $500 million. So it's basically a $200 billion hit going up to the DTCC. Two things. One, it's not very much money to the DTCC. Their assets that they manage are, I think, down to 80 trillion now, but they were as high as 120 trillion. This is 200 billion. It's not very much. And that's just the assets that not manage, custodial. But these brokerage firms can put that money together. They have an open spigot to the federal government because, remember, we're not communist in the United States. We just let our banksters steal, over-leverage, gamble, and when they lose, we socialize those losses. But when they win, they get to buy another condo down in Miami, and they get another tax break, and they can buy another few politicians. But anyway, so number one, you think it's a big cost. It's not. They can handle it like that. But secondly, to you and me, it's a one-off. We sold our stock, or we lost, we won, we lost, one-off. With these big guys and girls, it's mostly men, but there's some women up there now too. It's not a one-off. As long as they can keep the wheels of this machine running, they can reshort the stock. And so as we sell out, let's say we got out at GTII at, I don't know, making it up, $200 average. They can start shorting it. Once they think it's peaked, they can start shorting into that. And they can make some of their money back criminally on the way back down. But they can also just start shorting other stocks and trading in other stocks. This is massive amounts of money. We're not talking $1 million. We're talking trillions of dollars of wealth. And you've got to understand what's happening. When the banksters got us in trouble in 2008, and Obama said, "Folks, I'm gonna help the folks. We're here to help folks." He came in and he got bought by the banks too. First thing he did was make $60 million in speeches and writing a book. I don't know how much of it was from the banksters, but he got compromised. His folks became the 1%. But they didn't arrest anybody. And what did the banks continue to do? The same thing, only on a grander scale. So what's happening is as the Fed creates new money, as the Treasury prints money, and it's all based on their ability to tax you, we're going up into the $32 trillion level on the debt we admit. It's going to the banksters. It's coming out of the system. It goes to Jeff Bezos so he can get a younger wife and dump his first wife. So he can buy one of the best newspapers in the world and turn it into toilet paper. So he can shut down jobs in the main streets of towns all over the country by this clever idea of using oil to ship goods instantaneously to the Gen X and millennials' door. Are we going to have cheap enough oil to keep doing that? I don't know. He's the genius, And Wall Street makes money on the whole thing. And they only buy, the Fed, when they only buy the S&P 6, Amazon, NVIDIA, and Alphabet Soup, and whatever the other ones are. There's 6 stocks they buy. They all follow the same thing. They all get rich. But the point is, this loss, if it's $200, $300, $400, $500 billion, it's just a drop in the bucket. And as long as they can continue to churn stocks that don't exist, multiplying in the movie, they showed just what I was trying to say the other time, but I guess I'll use this thing. It's so much easier than a piece of paper. But Wall Street, if you think of Wall Street as one stock certificate, just one stock certificate, and let's say the financial assets of the United States that Wall Street controls are, I'm just making it up, $100 trillion. Well, let's say the real assets that Wall Street controls are $10 trillion. There's $10 trillion of real assets. I'm never going to get the right number, but this is just a conceptual exercise. So they create, with that one certificate, they lend out through Goldman Sachs. They lend out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What am I saying? Yeah, they lend out 10 more certificates. 9, they have the original one. So now, instead of being just a $10 trillion real asset, there's just one, remember, one certificate for $10 trillion. Now, all of a sudden, you've created a marketplace which, when you add all of this together, Wall Street's managing $100 trillion. But all of these underlying certificates are fake. They're all fake. But what's real? What's real? What's real is the money that the banking system creates out of thin air, and that the Fed creates, and the government creates, and then they bail out the banks. So, and I know these numbers are preposterous, but I'm just trying to make a point that if the banks originally made on one certificate for 10 trillion, they made 1% of 10 trillion. I have no idea what 1% of 10 trillion is, but let's say they made 1% on that 10 trillion. They're now making 1% just by hocus pocus on 100 trillion. Just by creating all these fictitious shares. You and I see it only in terms of our own account. What's happened, we've got fake shares in there. MMTLP is an example. But they've been able to expand they call it assets under management. They've been able to expand assets under management, and they get much more than 1%, by the way, from 10 trillion, in my stupid example, from 10 trillion to 100 trillion by just putting fake, on a 10-to-1 ratio, putting a lot of fake certificates out there. They've turned the entire U.S. market, whether it's for gold and silver, whether it's for housing, they're doing it with housing now too, whether it's companies, into a commodity. And because they're geniuses, and because they barely step on any part of the world that has dirt, they step on concrete sidewalks, carpeting in their penthouses, carpeted elevators down, luxurious limousines, into their offices, first-class airports, first-class train rides, boat, whatever. They live in the rarefied air because they went to Harvard and they joined the Skull and Bones. And we know Biff and Marley. Well, anyway, so they can turn this 1% on 10 trillion into 1% on 100 trillion, but the real asset remains the same. So, and it's a very simplistic example, but what I'm trying to say is they have a motive to keep this hidden and to keep it continuing as long as the wheels don't fall off, and therefore the DTCC will pay the $200 billion because they want to keep this fraud going on such a grand scale. They'll make it all back in 2 weeks, a month. It'll barely be a hiccup in their lives. None of them will go to jail, and they'll continue to operate. So the question, the way you asked it, I don't think's correct. Now let me see if I can answer it. And I can't give you a specific example, but it has happened in the past, and it will in the future, where the DTCC is the payer of last resort for these short squeezes. It's happened. If a prime broker goes down, they have to step in. Ultimately, what will happen is Goldman Sachs, which has bought the politicians, they've bought the presidency, and they've purchased the regulatory bodies. They will turn to the Federal Reserve. They will turn to the Treasury Department, and they'll say, if you don't save us, our whole economy will go down. And like George W. did with the bald-headed Goldman Sachs guy, remember, this sucker's going down? They just write a open check. Here's $800 billion. And then Obama comes in and increases it. And then they get in the helicopter man to print money. And now they have a woman that's in over her head. But she's comfortably bought with a $6 million net worth because of her speeches. There must be the worst speeches in the world, but the bank's own Janet Yellen. So anyway, yes, the DTCC will cover it. It's just a front for all of the banking system. And yes, it's happened before. I can't think of a single example to tell you, though. So maybe I need to just Google it and see if I can find something that I can show to you to prove to you that it's happened before. But the losses that have occurred in the past aren't there anymore. So you have to ask yourself, who covered them? When Lehman went down, when Bear Stearns went down, who covered those losses? Well, it was absorbed by the brokerage system, and then ultimately bigger banks came in and bought them out with government guarantees, and then ultimately the entire United States government is owned by the big banks, big pharmaceuticals, maybe by the CCP. I don't know how far it goes, but our government will bend over for the big banks. Who's this? Dominic Pantaleo. Yeah, when Dominic, when this if this happens, what you have to learn is you have to learn what's valuable to you. Money, which everyone has a hard time defining what it is. But one of its virtues is it stores value. Another virtue is somebody else sees that value. But you've got to use the dollars you create here to go acquire what's valuable to you. It might be your house. It might be a farm. It might be it might be an island. It might be as simple as getting out of debt. But whatever it is that makes you feel better in this world, you have to see those dollars as a way to do that. I agree with you, Dominic, that as soon as any one of these run, unless the rules change or unless we can band together and create an honest exchange or an honest market, I wouldn't leave any money in the U.S. Stock market. I wouldn't leave money in your IRA or your 401k. They're going to come to your IRAs and 401ks and they're going to say, it'll happen. Sometime in your lifetime, they'll say, okay, you can still have your IRA, but the only thing you're allowed to invest in is U.S. government bonds. That day will come. Unless Wall Street is able to get their bought and purchased congressmen and women to say that in addition to government bonds, you'll be allowed to invest in a pool of assets managed by Wall Street, managed by Morgan Stanley, J.P. Morgan, Goldman Sachs, and they'll throw in somebody just to make it look like it wasn't bought and paid for. Maybe managed by Fred's Bank. But that'll come. And then they'll start taxing it because the debt of the United States government is only going to go up. It's not coming down. As much as people talk about it, it's just going to go straight up. It has to. That's the nature of the system. And any closed system, I should look it up. I can't. I wish I had a better memory. But however long it takes to fill the first half of a large volume, the second half goes much, much more quickly. And when you're doing it by at a rate, an increasing rate. I don't know. I'm trying to remember where I saw that study. Maybe I can find it. But my point is that to be invested in an IRA or 401k is going to become less attractive. You're going to be more and more trapped. Secondly, I think the dollar has a reckoning coming. So just use this while the dollar is valuable to buy the things that make you happy for your long-term security. Buy income-producing assets. Buy a orchid or buy a grove of olive trees, but just something that can provide income. But I also agree with you, Dominic. Gold, silver, platinum, oil and gas, timber, hard assets. Those will have value in the future. Yeah, Tanya, I think the government is bailing out banks, and look, we have to stop calling it a government. It's not. Our government, the Federal Reserve isn't federal, and there's no reserve about it. It's just a giant hedge fund with the backing of the power of the purse of the U.S. government. But it's the banks, and ultimately, I don't want to be overly simplistic because it's not fair to history, but because of my knowledge, I don't have any other choice. But I think you could argue that when John Law turned the finances of France into the Mississippi bubble, and then that led to the South Seas bubble, that the French Revolution could largely be attributed to the banks. And I think a lot of what happened in Germany after World War I and throughout World War II might be blamed on the banksters. And I'm being very simplistic, but there's so much activity. But I think it can come to the United States too. Our government is controlled by the banks. It's my stream. I don't have to be fair and balanced. I like is IBKR the gosh, I can't remember the name of it, but I think that's a good platform. All right, Kit Kitteridge. Under the CNS program, the regs show FTDs list shown to the public, I guess under that program. The real failure to deliver numbers are sometimes actually 1,000% higher. Well, they don't. See, I think the reason they're fighting showing the blue sheets and all that, they'll turn on each other. But let's use the example of GTII. It's my memory, and it's rumored, but it's my belief as well from all the people I talked to. GTII, almost 2 years ago, asked for its shareholders to fill out a form that they provided at their website, send it in, it would be kept confidential, to GTII's transfer agent, and they would collate and come up with a number which CEOs have no idea. In other words, Merrill Lynch has at the DTCC 1 million shares of GTII. But in their accounts, there's 10 million shares. E-Trade has 2 million shares of the DTCC. But in their accounts, there's 15 million shares of GTII. And the CEO, for some reason, can't even get the information in a sort of a macro level of how many shares have been shorted, created out of thin air in his accounts. But the reason I don't think it's shown isn't necessarily as nefarious as we think. In GTII, I remember that, and I could be wrong, I remember that Ameritrade had 60 million shares. When they did that exercise, the rumor was that Ameritrade had 60 million shares, TD Ameritrade, I guess, had 60 million shares more than what the DTCC, what it showed on the books at the transfer agent. Now, I'm admitting to you that's rumor. I'm admitting that was 2 years ago, and I don't have any way of confirming it. But that's an example of a situation that TD Ameritrade would not want Ken Griffin to know, or for that matter, Kurt Kramer to know, that TD Ameritrade was in such dire trouble with 60 million shares that didn't exist in the middle of a squeeze. Why? Because they'll start shorting, naked shorting, counterfeiting shares intraday and destroy that bank faster than they destroyed Shearson Lehman Brothers. The whole system is a house of cards, and these banksters will turn on each other. They're like sharks. When you're on a boat and you see a bunch of sharks coming at the boat, you think, oh, they're all working together, like that poor baseball player that jumped off his boat. Terrible. But you find out that each of those sharks are operating as independent agents. They just happen to be coming after your boat all at the same time. But if one of the sharks gets bloodied, they'll all turn on that shark. So anyway, I think that's why they keep the true number of the failed to deliver secret, because there are some banks out there in serious trouble. The movie that on Amazon, Apes Together, the guy points out every single one of those shares has to be bought back eventually. Moody Waters, I don't know who you're using. Alvi Beats, so is FINRA kicking Alpine out? Alvi, it hasn't happened. Let me just, Alvi, I hope I don't have to look it up for you and show you. Maybe I should. Alvi, I'll show it to you so that you have confidence. So that you have, hi cutie pie, what a nice smile, what a nice smile. I hope you have a fun walk. What a good kid. What a good kid. Okay, so Alvi, let me just see if there's a date. Yeah, here's a date. March 24, 2022. In Investment News, here's a headline. A FINRA, there's the headline I wanted to show you. FINRA expels Alpine Securities. So Alpine, yes, FINRA has expelled Alpine Securities. It's in as black and white as it can be, right there. FINRA expels Alpine Securities. But that was a year ago. According to FINRA's statement, Alpine converted and misused customers' funds and securities, charged its customers unreasonable fees and unfair prices on transactions, engaged in unauthorized trading, and made unauthorized capital withdrawals. So yes, Alvi, FINRA has expelled Alpine, but Alpine has attorneys that came into court and said that FINRA doesn't have a right to exist. That FINRA shouldn't be regulating Alpine because Alpine, John and Justine Hurry are just smarter than you guys. They deserve to rob from you. And they add so much value to the U.S. economy. It's really unfair to regulate their criminal behavior from Washington, D.C. You know, states' rights issue. Well, that's essentially what the lawyers argued. It's been over a year fighting that argument. Their argument boils down to two things. One, that the state regulator should be regulating Alpine instead of the federal. And two, and that the constitutionality, that FINRA shouldn't exist. I guess that's basically their 2 points. I can't remember another one. So yes, Alvi, FINRA has expelled Alpine. Last week, or 2 weeks ago, the lawyers asked for a change of venue from Florida, the Alpine lawyers, from Florida to Washington, D.C., in order to buy more time. Last week, they were given until, and I hope I'm not mixing my dates and times up with MMTLP, but in essence, they were given until Friday to give their answers to the judge. And I read it out to you. It might be here, Alvi. Yeah, here. Sorry about that, Alvi. Right here, Alvi. On 6/1, an order directing parties to submit by 5 p.m. on Friday supplemental briefs on the consequences. Number one, the consequences. Should FINRA be considered a state actor, including the specific impact on FINRA or other similar entities, the impact on the SEC, including the functions and ability of these entities to initiate and resolve enforcement actions. And two, as to the plaintiff, that's as to Alpine's First Amendment claim, that she wanted to know the validity of the plaintiff's claim absent any allegation regarding quote-unquote expressive purpose to support their challenge to mandatory FINRA membership. That's the one I forgot. They were arguing, well, they shouldn't make membership of FINRA mandatory. And then B, the public interest supporting the federal government's mandate in this 15 U.S.C. This is the securities law they violated. Any response will be due by 9 p.m. tomorrow, June 9th. Signed by Judge Beryl A. Howell on June 1. So the responses at Avril had to be in by 9 p.m. Friday. So this question, are we home? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Just a couple of more hours. Are we home yet? Are we home yet? It's just a couple more hours. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? No, it's just a couple more hours. I appreciate the questions, but the fact is, on Thursday, the judge instructed Alpine's attorneys on those 2 points. and the judge wanted all the answers in by 9 p.m. Friday. Why do you think that was? Because she's happy with them? Why did she speed it up? And so she got it in by 9 p.m. Do you think she read it over the weekend? My guess is she did. So now, Avril, you've got Monday. Today's Monday. We haven't heard anything. So my guess is she didn't make a decision this morning. I did try to look before I came online. I went through the D.C. court system. I couldn't find anything. But I'm not sure that means it's not there. I'm just admitting that I couldn't find anything. So it's probably me. But I would guess, Avril, today, tomorrow, or Wednesday, she's going to make her ruling. I think she'll make it as soon as possible. She might have to listen to the arguments. As soon as she makes that, Avril, FINRA already expelled Alpine over a year ago. They got a stay from execution. As soon as the judge rules that I've had enough of this, denied, your arguments are denied, I'm not a lawyer, to the Alpine side. I think as soon as she does that, FINRA's going to enforce the expulsion FINRA already put in place in March of 2022. Hey, Heidi. Aaron S. Man, my eyesight. Ambrew. But MMTLP settles this month. Then GTI and many others will squeeze. You think it will settle this month? Perry Cooper feels good. Frank Anastasio, my question is this. If the SEC is underfunded, why lose the chance to get money from criminals as opposed to giving them a pass? Well, they're underfunded, but they ask Congress for funding. And the answer is the distinction between, let's just use Gary Gensler as an example. What are Gary Gensler's personal motives? He's lived a life of sucking up. He is going to suck up to Goldman Sachs, suck up to industry, so that he can get a job when he spins out in the revolving door of the SEC. He can get a high-paying sinecure at one of these banks. And then maybe he can get some sort of chair at Yale or somewhere. That's all in my opinion. That is a direct conflict to what's in the best interest that you and I have of the SEC being funded. But even when the SEC gets a ruling, they put out, the SEC fined Goldman Sachs for inadvertently leaving 3 lines of code out of its computers, and Goldman Sachs over a 3-year period did something like, I can't remember, it was a massive number of trades and a massive amount of money. But it was inadvertent, remember. Joe Biden's crime bill to the 20-year-old guy on the corner, inadvertently taking a puff on crack cocaine, like his son did every 15 minutes, inadvertently. Well, that brown-skinned guy is going, since it's the third striking out, he's going away for 20 years. But when it's Goldman Sachs and it's inadvertent violation of federal securities laws, inadvertently, I think the fine was $1.5 I'll have to get the article. Maybe I can find it right now. Goldman Sachs fined $3 million. $3 million for mismarking 60 million short sale orders. That doesn't say 60 million shares. That says 60 million short sale orders. It doesn't say what the average size of each order was. The global bank agreed to the fine without admitting or denying FINRA findings. Okay, it's FINRA. But my point is, the FINRA has slammed censure and fine of $3 million on Goldman Sachs for mismarking approximately 60 million short sale orders as long orders between October 2015 and 2018. About 8 million of these orders, which amounted to over 1 billion shares, were executed in violation of U.S. securities law and FINRA laws. FINRA said in the letter, they noted that the mismarking of orders caused the New York-based Global Investment Bank to submit inaccurate trade reports. Goldman Sachs failed to create and maintain a supervisory system reasonably designed to achieve compliance with Regulation SHOW and other rules relating to accurate trade and reporting of other data. Goldman was just fined $3 million for mistakenly marking short sales as long. Mistakenly. And here it is. Goldman, this is what FINRA wrote. Goldman inadvertently failed to include a single line of code which was designed to copy the long or short mark from a parent sell order and affix it to the instantaneously created child sell order, which were routed to the markets. Do you think it was inadvertent? But anyway, let's go back to the top. Now this is FINRA, but it applies to the SEC. $3 million on 60 million orders. Not shares, orders. So it's billions of shares. But let's just look at that from an order. $3 million. $3 million divided by 60 million orders. They're fined half a penny. Half a penny. Goldman Sachs was fined half a penny per order. Not per share, per order. This is the self-regulation that Bill Clinton put into law. Half a penny per order Goldman Sachs was fined. When they walk away from these fines, they don't collect enough money to pay for FOL. They're there to go easy on Goldman Sachs and Ken Griffin and Virtue They're there to go easy on the criminals. The other thing you don't notice in that article, Ham pointed this out to me. They placed 60 million orders inadvertently marked long instead of short. Do they tell you, as the public that was harmed by this, do they tell you which ticker symbols they placed those orders in? No. What a job the self-regulatory organization does. What a job. Bill Clinton. That's Bill Clinton. The best Republican president the Republicans ever had was Bill Clinton. Isn't it? It's a Cockney thing, isn't it? Isn't it? You had a hard day today, isn't it? It's a wet day today, isn't it? Okay, Will from Saratoga Springs. Gary Gensler. Sitting in a tree. Or I just wrote Gary Gensler. See that? Kim Kardashian. I just wrote Kim Kardashian. See that? Now I'm going to hit send. Second article that comes up. SEC charges Kim Kardashian for unlawfully touting crypto security. This is what he spends his time on. October 3rd, 2022, the SEC today announced charges against Kim Kardashian. Oh, she could probably ruin the markets. She's so powerful. For touting, she touted. Powerful thing, touting. On social media, a crypto asset security offered and sold by Ethereum Max without disclosing the payment she received for the promotion. Way to go, Gary. You go at him, Gary. Kardashian agreed to settle the charges, and she paid $1.26 million in penalties. Basically half of what Goldman Sachs inadvertently caused in 60 million mismarked orders. But that didn't harm you, according to Gary Gensler. 60 million orders that were short. And you don't know how many shares, and it affected the market. Your market. But to Gary Gensler, that's 3 million. Kim Kardashian. She touted. She didn't inadvertently sell 60 million orders incorrectly, breaking securities laws for billions of shares. No. Kim Kardashian touted on social media a crypto asset security offered and sold by Ethereum Max without disclosing the payment she received for the promotion. She agreed to pay over $1 million. The SEC order finds that Kardashian failed to disclose that she was, she was paid $250,000. Oh, Gary, thanks for saving us, Gary. To publish a post on her Instagram account about Emax tokens, the crypto asset security being offered by Ethereum Max. Kardashian's post contained a link to the Ethereum Max website. Oh, the audacity. Thank God Gary Gensler's in there, protecting us against a link to Ethereum Max's website. Which provided instructions for potential investors to purchase EMAX tokens. And I'm sure that site followed all the SEC rules. But so my reference to Kim Kardashian as it relates to Gary Gensler, he's protecting us from... Here, you want to hear his own words? This case is a reminder that when celebrities or influencers endorse investment opportunities, including in crypto asset securities, it doesn't mean that those investments products are right for all investors. Did she say so? There's no evidence here that she said it was right for all investors. I assume that Ethereum Max's website and prospectus made that clear. Said SEC Chair Gary Gensler, quote, "We encourage investors to consider an investor's potential risks and opportunities in light of their own financial goals." Goldman Sachs entered 60 million orders in violation of securities laws short, and they got fined $3 million by their ex-alum, Gary Gensler. He goes on to say, the federal securities laws are clear that any celebrity or any other individual who promotes a crypto asset security must disclose the nature, source, and amount of compensation they received in exchange for the promotion. I like this guy, actually, Gurbir Grewal. Investors are entitled to know whether the publicity of a security is unbiased, and Ms. Kardashian failed to disclose this information. The SEC's order finds that Kardashian violated the anti-touting, an anti-tout rule. Let's focus on the anti-tout rules, not on failure to deliver. Let's ignore that. Let's ignore whether or not Kurt Kramer is a registered securities dealer. Let's ignore that. But let's go after the anti-touting, because she's got a lot to tout with. The SEC order finds that Kardashian violated the anti-touting provision of the federal securities laws. Without admitting or denying the findings, Kardashian agreed to pay $1.26 million. They should refund her, including approximately $260,000 disgorgement. So her penalty is $1 million. And she's agreed not to promote any crypto asset for 3 years. Why is that fair? Why is that fair? Did Gary Gensler pull a Kim Kardashian by shilling Algorand? Years before the SEC labeled it a security, Gensler called Algorand great technology and brilliant work. Crypto Twitter honed in on the connection between SEC Chairman Gary Gensler and Algorand on Monday. This is dated April 18th, 2023. After the agency filed a lawsuit against cryptocurrency exchange Bitrex. Not long after SEC filed its lawsuit against Bitrex, videos circulated on Twitter that showcased Gensler's previous statements about Algorand and accused the SEC boss of shilling for the token before a crowd. The clip comes from a 2019 talk Gensler gave at MIT Sloan Idea Exchange, a conference hosted by the prestigious school back when Gensler was a professor, specializing in global economics and management. So I guess he's not an idiot. He must know what's going on in the securities market. So Gensler said, quote, Silvio Micali's Algorand, who's a Turing Award winner at MIT that I work with, Silvio's got a great technology that has performance, he said. You could create Uber on top of it, he said. Silvio Micali founded Algorand in 2017, has conducted research at the MIT Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Laboratory. He's been a faculty member since 1983. And Gensler was did Gensler disclose that? Gensler went on to say in a separate video, quote, he's got a company that has an interesting thing. Again, I apologize if I'm oversimplifying Silvio's brilliant work. One Twitter user asked whether Gensler would now be hit with a fine now that the SEC ruled Algorand a security, similar to the $1.26 million fine Kim Kardashian paid in relation for her promotion of a cryptocurrency. That's why I make fun of Gensler with Kim Kardashian. Now let me just show you another one. This is your cop at work. All right, I just typed in Gary Gensler. Dated March 22nd, 2023, while you're waiting for the blue sheets, SEC charges crypto entrepreneur Justin Sun and his companies for fraud. The SEC simultaneously charged the following 8 celebrities for illegally touting TRX and or BIT without disclosing that they were compensated for doing so and the amount of their compensation. Lindsay Lohan, Jake Paul, whoever that is, Soulja Boy, whoever that is, Austin Mahoney, whoever that is, Michelle Mason, Miles Parks McCollin, Schaefer Smith, Aluna TM. But Lindsay Lohan. That's why I point this out. Let me see if they charged her any money. Okay, look at that line. This case demonstrates, again, the high risk investors face when crypto assets are offered and sold without proper disclosure, Gary Gensler said. Well, let me tell you something. when MMTLP is sold without a prospectus in the billions of, hundreds of millions of shares anyway, by unregistered securities dealers, that's a risk posed on you, but Gary Gensler doesn't care about that. When GTII is sold by the unregistered securities dealer, Kurt Kramer, classified as a bad actor, and we believe it's 350 million shares, sold without a prospectus, sold without SEC disclosure, sold without a disclosure of how much Kurt Kramer is making and paying offshore and how he's paying criminals to help short the stock. Gensler doesn't care about any of that. He only cares because Kim Kardashian and Lindsay Lohan are women out of his league. Spiny, I voted for Bill Clinton twice, and I supported Barack Obama over Hillary Clinton during the primaries, and I can't remember the specifics of the 3 times, but one time Hillary Clinton held up a card showing Barack Obama dressed in this sort of African garb to frighten voters. She put out an advertisement about what about a 3 a.m. phone call, implying, to my watching of it, that you couldn't trust an African American man as president. You have to rely on a white woman. That's how I saw it. Bill Clinton ridiculed Barack Obama win in South Carolina with a reference to Jesse Jackson's win. See, I can't remember it all now. And there was a third thing. And the basic message of the Clintons was, if you want the best thing for African Americans, you got to go with the white people because, we live in the brick house. That offended me. That was the first time I realized that I had a difference of opinion with the Clintons. And I was horrified by the attacks they did on Barack Obama. So yeah, that offends me to this day. Now it turns out that Bill Clinton might have been right about Barack, because Barack did less for African Americans than Donald Trump did. But if you're saying that I have resentment towards Bill Clinton for destroying the financial markets, I do. Do I have resentment for Joe Biden and Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton for putting in 3 strikes you're out, which destroyed African American families, Hispanic families, and a few white, as they call it, families? But am I upset with what they did to destroy the lives not only of the men that got arrested, but of the children that were in those families? Absolutely. Absolutely. Am I offended by Bill Clinton's third way that blocks out Jimmy Carter every time Democrats come together? Absolutely. Am I offended by the glad handing with George W. Bush, who started not 1 but 2 unjustifiable wars that squandered our wealth, killed our youth and maimed our youth, but also killed brown-skinned women and girls in other countries? Absolutely. And I upset with Hillary Clinton, who raised $13 billion that you can't find anywhere for Haiti, and they built 1 or 2 buildings? Where are those billions of dollars? Am I offended by that? That was money raised for black-skinned, dark-skinned people that was stolen. Where is it? Does that offend me? Yes. Am I offended by Hillary Clinton when she said, we came, we saw, he died, and cackles laughing? And then created a state in Libya where there's slavery, modern day slavery today, that affects dark-skinned women and girls? Yes, I'm offended. I have an issue with Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, and I'm a Democrat, and I voted for him twice. I voted for Jesse Jackson when I lived in Virginia. Yes, you got it. You got it. I have an issue with Hillary Clinton. They came out of the White House poor, and now reportedly they're worth $100 or $200 million. For what? For what? Bill Clinton has left a legacy that we're paying for in the financial markets now. And just because he smiles, I go with Christopher Hitchens' book. I want to read it. No one left to lie to. No one left to lie to. So yes, you got it, Woody. I'm offended by Bill and Hillary Clinton. And you picked on something I never realized that I'm willing to state out loud. But yes, I'm offended by them. GTII had some extremely low volume. Well, I think permanent vacation, GTI had low volume compared to the volumes that have been happening over the last, say, 6 months. But it's higher volume than it used to have. I think GTII could have a good week this week. I fully expect, and I'm not a lawyer, but I fully expect that the judge who it's the D.C. judge. The judge in Florida is now out of it. But I think that based on her questions, this is my own reading of it, I think she is going to pull the plug on the whatever you want to call it, the legal action being taken by Alpine's attorneys. And I think this week, now I'm making an assumption, but I think this week she'll do that, and then FINRA will finally enforce its expulsion order for Alpine. Now, I could be wrong. It could take a little longer, but I think it could be this week. Secondly, that 19 million shares that has to be bought in that is short, I'm making an assumption, but somebody from Switzerland called in via Alpine, via Utah, to GTII 3 times, asking GTII to issue shares to them, 19 million, 20 million shares, so they could cover their short position. And they'd pay $20, $30, $40 million to GTII. GTII turned it down 3 times. That means that short position is still out there, and I think that could be covered in June. Because I don't think UBS wants to keep that position when they acquire Credit Suisse. And I don't know the deadline to clean it all up, but I'm assuming a deadline would be by the end of the second quarter, which is now. And then I think the FBI investigation into what happened in California when possibly Kurt Kramer, but certainly one of the people working either on his behalf or with him or working alongside him, stiffed a retail branch for $4 million loss in GTII. Ham said it last night. I think the FBI is going to prosecute. I think you're going to hear a lot of singing going on. The one thing about Kurt and Seth Kramer, they're brothers. Charlie Mayo is not a Kramer. Charlie Mayo is a Mayo. So are they going to all stay together once the FBI comes calling? Are any of the other people that may have worked on behalf in a RICO charge with Kurt Kramer not going to rat on Kurt Kramer? That could be any time now. And then I still believe that you could hear about a transaction at any time with GTII. I don't think it's going to be 1-800 law firm. I think it could be Trento Mines, but they always listen to other deals. It could be another deal as well. So I think there is a lot of possibility of a good trading action in GTI this week. Vin, man, I don't think the upper levels of the FBI are part of, well, my own view is 10 or 13 billion dollars and hundreds of millions raised by the Clinton Foundation went somewhere, and it buys a lot of corruption in DC, and it may have bought a lot of corruption at the top of the FBI. For Comey to come out and say, well, anyway, anybody but Hillary Clinton, who had taken top security classified documents electronically out of the government security system on her server in her house, in her bathroom. Comey found that as, hey, nothing to see here. That is a violation of national securities law, and she gets away with it. No wonder all these banksters feel like they can get away with anything. Something has happened to the integrity of this country. Hillary Clinton broke the law massively. She should have been fired on the spot. But Comey, for some reason, maybe it's because he wanted his daughters to get into a good school. There's no justifiable reason other than hatred of Donald Trump. There's no justifiable reason. I used to watch my father. I'd be in his office, and before he'd leave state, he had to take every document. Well, maybe my memory's more at the embassies, but he would have to take every document, and he'd have to take the national security documents and put it in a file cabinet, lock it, and then he'd have to cover everything up, lock his desk. If he had taken national security top secret documents and transferred it to his own server here at his house in McLean, he would have been arrested and put in prison. But not Hillary Clinton. So, yeah, maybe the DNC owns the FBI, but I think it's the other way around. I think the donors own Hillary Clinton, and the donors own the DNC, and the donors own the government. And I think the donors are banks, pharmacy, Palo Alto, CCP, and possibly the big seed manufacturers. If you look up fascism is when government and business meld together. They act as one. Your businesses and government are indistinguishable from each other. And then journalism is all propaganda. That's what we have now. And it's not because of the Republican. Well, part of the Republican Party is uniparty, the Mitt Romneys, the Mitch McConnells, the McCarthys. It's all part of, might as well be part of the Democratic Party. But anyway, it doesn't help talking about it. We can't change it. The only thing we can change right here and right now is we can focus on MMTLP, GTII, FNGR. I think by focusing also on GOLQ and Logic, There's a couple other stocks I've brought to your attention. We can focus on making it hurt their pocketbook. And then the story will get out. And then when the journalists come to talk to you, remember to tell it to them that you want a cleaner financial system, that you want integrity of the government. And we'll get our government back. When I started in this business, the financial portion of the Dow was less than 5%, earnings from the financial part. Now I think it's 30-40% of the Dow is from financial companies. What have they added? What have they added? They've inflated everything. It's hard for younger people to buy a home. But what they've done is they've funneled assets to the rich 1%. And Hillary Clinton is now part of that rich 1%. Maybe the DNC is captured. I don't know. I know a lot of good Democrats. Donna Brazile, I read her book. I think she was shocked what was going on. Tulsi Gabbard stood up against it, and she's ostracized now. Money does a lot of things in Washington. What was it that Lord Acton said? Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. And what was it that Al Pacino said in Scarface? First you get the money, then you get the power, and something else. But first you get the money, then you get the power. Well, money is power in Washington, D.C. And Hillary Clinton had over $10 billion of it in her Hillary raise and hundreds of billions out of the Clinton Foundation. What did it really do? Where's the good they did with that money? Where? Now, Jimmy Carter did good things around the world, but they ridicule him. So, anyway. So what did Not Legal Advice say? Kramers and Ken G. I don't know about Kramers being Republican donors. The Kramers don't come. I don't know about that. Crazy World, I do believe that Republicans are at fault here as well. Ken G. purchased the Democratic powers in Illinois. Now he's down in Florida, and I think he's purchasing Ron DeSantis. Yes, Raw Fish King. Then you get the Raw Fish King. Said hello to my little friend. I want the world, Chico, and everything in it. Is that what he said? I like Winston Churchill's. I think it was Winston Churchill. He said, "My tastes are very simple. I like the best in everything." Let me see what Not Legal Advice said. In this country, you got to make the money. Then when you get the money, you get the power. When you get the power, you get the girl. All right, here's Not Legal Advice. Thank God we're getting back to something important. Based on my current understanding of FINRA's position as of today regarding MMTLP, they are not interested in dealing. That could change any day. Well, that's interesting. Let me see if he said anything else. Hey, Flora. I don't know if I'm thinking Maybe I'm just reacting. Fast acting, reacting. Okay, not legal advice. It was interesting that the judge asked for further briefing re GTII. I know, Vinman, it has to stop. It will, once we heard him in the pocketbook. Vinman, that's interesting. I think all the crap about MLK fooling around with white chick was made up. That makes sense to me. I don't think MLK was innocent when it came to possibly girls on the side, but in all of the public field, just presidents and these famous people, there's only two that, and maybe three that, and maybe four. Winston Churchill didn't play around. His wife did. Harry Truman didn't. He was devoted to Bess. Jimmy Carter didn't. And Richard Nixon didn't. George H.W. Bush had 3 mistresses here. And my dad knew one, not as friends, but knew. Clinton had them. Anyway. But yeah, you're right. They probably made it white just to alarm everyone. Not that, that was that time. I'm not making any opinion on it myself. That stupid joke, not that there's anything wrong with that. Trump broke the law? I'm not sure Trump did. They're trying to make it equivalent. There's a term called equivalency. I don't see any evidence that Trump broke the law. Just because journalists say it doesn't mean it's true. I like Kennedy. I like RFK. Not legal advice. How about FINRA issuing and approving corporate action notices, approving the transaction one day before halting that very same transaction? Yeah. My own view on that not legal advice is maybe you have a better view on it. I think they approved it because in the past they always approved it. When you combine that approval with the response they gave in February, that was so childish. They basically said, just let the short position go over into Nextbridge. It's always worked before. I'm paraphrasing. I think what happened to FINRA is these lawyers, Jessica, I can't remember her last name now. I don't think they figured anything would go wrong. So they approved it. And regardless of the fails to deliver, in the past, it's all electronic. So the electronic real shares converted and the electronic fake shares just became failed to delivers in the... Look at COSM, for example. They changed the name, changed the QSIP, and everything just transferred over into the new one. So I think FINRA's... what's the word that you call it? Anyway, I can't think of the word. But in the past, it was always done that way, and it always worked. The computers hummed along, and it never whiz-banged and an alarm went off. This time, though, it did whiz bang because it was going into a private company. So it was either the Tuesday or the Wednesday, I think it was the Wednesday, as you point out, that they approved it. The Thursday became effectively the last day of trading. What I think happened is that the broker-dealers, who also never looked, because this evolution from having type 1 accounts and type 2 accounts, basically having cash accounts and margin accounts, basically having custodialship of your own shares at your brokerage firm in your name. They used to call it held in safekeeping. Every account, they would hold your shares in safekeeping. That's why they needed 5 days to settle trades, because they'd have to go get the certificate out of safekeeping. They'd have to get your client's signature on it, which there was, you just affix the form on the back. They'd have to get it stamped, and then they'd bike it across town. So that's what they needed the 5 days for. Well, they changed it into everything's electronic. So whether or not, when a public company is acquired by another public company, whether or not there's an imbalance in shares to FINRA, to the SEC, to the back offices, it doesn't matter, because it just goes into the same fail to deliver IOU, the same netherworld of electronic entries in your accounts, my account. So I don't know, for my rather small position but expensive position of MMTLP, I don't know if I have real or Memorex. I don't know which it is. I might have part, but it doesn't, to them, they're thinking it shouldn't matter. It's all electronic entry. If you want to sell, we'll sell it for you. You'll get the cash. So why do you care? That's how the back offices think. That's how FINRA thinks. So I think on Wednesday, they approved it, because they always had approved it. On Thursday, I think the phone calls started coming in from over 100 broker-dealers to Jessica Rabbit, and it said, hey, we just looked at our account. The DTCC has 100,000 shares, but we're showing 1.5 million in our clients' books, and it's because of fails to deliver. Now we can't locate those shares in one day. That's one broker dealer calls in to Jessica Rabbit. Another broker dealer calls in from the big boys. Hey, Wells Fargo here. We have in our accounts 20 million shares of MMTLP. Sorry, at the DTCC, we have 20 million shares, it shows. But in our accounts, we have 200 million. We cannot locate 180 million shares in a day. Then another phone call comes in from A.G. Edwards. Jessica, how do you expect us to do this? We have 5 million shares at DTCC, but we have 30 million shares across our accounts. These are all fails to deliver. We don't have enough time to do this. And she's going to say, well, I don't know. What do you normally do? Well, we could buy it in, but we need more instruction from you, FINRA, to do that. Because you just approved this merger. You and SEC, you've taken the time to look at it. You've just approved it. So we're reticent to buy in these shares until we get more instructions from you, until you cover our rear end if we do it. Because normally we have a process that might take actually it might take 31 days, but it might take 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. I don't know what the process is internally, but normally, Jessica, when we're faced with a situation like this, we call the other side of that trade via the prime broker. And we have to give them notice. And then we give them time. They have a certain amount of time to fill that trade. But we can't get it done, Jessica Rabbit, in one day. What do you expect us to do? If you're telling us to buy in these accounts, we need a letter from FINRA saying that we're going to go outside of our standard operating procedure that protects us from lawsuits from the other brokers when we buy in these fail to deliver. Because they do have, as we read the rules, if we give notice to them to deliver, they do have, I don't know, 1 day, 2 days to deliver. And if we just buy in tomorrow, we're going to get sued. So we need something from you, Jessica Rabbit, that protects us. That's what I think happened, not legal advice. I think FINRA approved it because it always worked before. This time, and I don't know that they realized that it would be any different with a private company. These are lawyers that have never traded. But then all of a sudden they got dozens of phone calls, panicked, from all the broker-dealers saying, we can't do this. We don't have enough time to locate the shares. And as Jessica Rabbit started adding up all the phone calls that she's getting, she realized, and she might have looked at the blue sheets, she realized that the order imbalance, what I've heard, is it's over 1 billion shares counterfeit versus 165 real shares that match off. Well, all of a sudden she's saying, you know what? What letter am I going to write that's going to protect all these broker-dealers from each other? And oh my gosh, I didn't realize. There's 1 billion shares counterfeit. She won't use that word. Counterfeit here? So I think that's why she shut trading. I'm actually more sympathetic to her than most people are, because I don't think she had a clue. I just don't think she had a clue. She worked in the back office compliance at, I think, Legg Mason, if my memory serves. But I still don't think she had any understanding of this. So, and I don't think that most of the broker-dealers did either. It was the fact that MMTLP went into Nextbridge, a private company. And the people it fought are the criminals, not FINRA, in my opinion. SEC took its sweet time to approve, and then FINRA took a couple of days to approve, made their decision, and it was the same as they've done thousands of times before. But this time what was different was a private company and 1 billion counterfeit, fraudulently created shares by criminals. And the whole system's at risk. And all of a sudden, Jessica Rabbit is calling up to Robert Cook, who doesn't know what he's doing. And then there's an attorney there, a blonde female, who works at Goldman Sachs simultaneously as being on the board of FINRA. They probably talked to them. And then you saw I have it in there printed out, the subpoenaed emails that one of the attorneys got that went to Gary Gensler, who's Goldman Sachs and SEC. And I'm sure that flurry of phone calls was, stop trading. We can't let this trade. So actually blame Goldman, the criminals, and Gary Gensler more than I blame FINRA, although FINRA's at fault. Don't get me wrong, FINRA's at fault. But there is, whatever that ruling is, that little legal exemption that they can stop trading if they find they can't settle the trade, or something like that. And because it was private, they couldn't. So that, anyway, that's a very long answer, but that's what I think happened. I think FINRA didn't realize the magnitude of their issue until the broker-dealers started calling them, and then they called up to captured Gary Gensler and captured Robert Cook and captured whatever the woman's name, the blonde lawyer that works both at Goldman Sachs and at FINRA. And Goldman shut it down. And I use Goldman as shorthand for the banks. That's what I think happened. And now it doesn't surprise me that they're dragging it out. They're not going to give you the short squeeze back or that kind of trading back. They just don't want to take that kind of a hit. They're going to try to create the image that you guys were greedy. Me too. I bought my shares at just under $8. They're gonna try to say that it's unfair to the criminals to come up with this money. The criminals have already wired the money offshore without paying taxes. It's really unfair to cause the criminals and the fraudsters to come up with the money. So they're going to say, let's put it on retail. And that's why they're trying to scare everybody by saying, hey, for 18 months, we've been monitoring Twitter and YouTube. And the lawyer, he's doing a great job. All of a sudden, he found out that all of these criminals are communicating with each other through the dark internet. The horror. Can you imagine that they're actually communicating and colluding with each other? I wonder if they disclose that to their clients. I wonder when they get paid if they disclose it. I wonder if they disclose it when they join Twitter and bash. I wonder if they disclose they're getting paid. Now, Gary Gensler thinks Kim Kardashian should disclose it when she just simply directs people to a website that's full of disclosure. But he's not worried if a basher comes on here and says, oh, that stock's not worth it. But that basher is being paid by Alpine or being paid by Kurt Kramer. Gary Gensler's not worried about that. All right, here's the attorney at FINRA. She's been, she's been a governor since 2021, and currently, so she's on the committee at FINRA called Nominating and Governance Committee, Regulatory Policy Committee. And her professional experience? Partner, Goldman Sachs, 2020 to present. Unfortunately, I can't see her name. Oh, here it is. There it is. Catherine Rumler, industry governor. This is on the FINRA website. See it? FINRA? See that up there? FINRA. Catherine Rumler, industry governor, floor member representative, executive vice president, chief legal officer, and general counsel, Goldman Sachs. Currently. But she's also governor of FINRA since 2021, and the committees she's on are Nominating and Governance Committee, Regulatory Policy Committee. Catherine Rumler, FINRA, governor, current partner at Goldman Sachs. I don't have any picture of Hester Peace. I don't even know. Yeah, I think Moody Waters, they pulled the plug. Give her my number. She looks cute. See, that's the thing women don't understand. They work hard. Let's see, she was a law clerk to Timothy K. Lewis. She was an associate counsel to President William J. Clinton. She worked at the Department of Justice. She was counsel to Barack Obama. And I don't see her she went to the University of Washington for her BA and Georgetown University for her Juris Doctor. And all men can say is she looks cute. I don't know about the human traffic. I didn't see your question because do you know I never once looked? I never looked. Let me see. Stanley Caldwell. Yeah, Stanley, I've read FINRA has their own investment account worth $2 billion. Do you think FINRA sold any counterfeit? Yeah. You think like the Statue of Liberty. She thinks just like you. I'm looking for your question. Well, she quit Jessica. I forget Jessica's last name. I used to know it. But Jessica quit or was fired. Okay, Jennifer, how can you tell if big holders sold at the last moment? Would the blue sheets tell you that? The blue sheets are going to tell you, to my understanding, they go as far as to tell you time and sale, which we used to be able to ask for, time and sales, and which brokers. They'll give you the failures to delivers, the trades, whether they settled or not. But I don't think it's the brokers are obligated to give the names of their clients. But Jennifer, to be clear, I understand that there was a large seller of real, whether they had real shares or not, nobody knows if they have real shares. But there was a legitimate seller, an entity who had a large position that was selling MMTLP in that last week. Probably it was a combination of luck, but it might be a combination of having known what goes on at Wall Street and just saying, hey, I'd rather have cash than get tied up. But I think most of the selling was criminal short selling to drive the stock down to $297 or $287 a share, because that's what all lawyers can accept in their brain. What was the last price? A lawyer can't accept that witnesses come in and say, well, this, you know, the properties are worth this much, and in the future it's going to be worth this much more, and if you give a present value, the stock should be $100, like I do. The lawyers aren't going to accept that. What the lawyers will accept is in black and white, the last trade was $2.87. That's a bit of evidence they can put in the record, and they can come to a settlement off of $2.87 without getting sued, basically. Now, what can change that is if an engineering firm issues a report that shows the value of the Oro Grande field, or if there's a bid from an outside party, or if, which has already happened, or if there's been press releases showing that there's what the well results are and what the verifiable shallow well locations are, then all of a sudden you start having verifiable evidence that can be entered into the record at the court, and you can, because it's a private company, you know what the divisor is. You can take whatever the number is, 10 billion divided by 165 million shares, and you can come out with a number that can be agreed in court. And that's the risk that the lawyers for the criminals are running. I don't know about the human trafficking. I think it's horrible. I think anyway, I just think it's horrible. Wes Christian has established his own case, maybe, but he's got 50 John Does. I think it's going to cost a lot more money. What would have MMTLP run to? I think if they had been caught totally unaware and let it trade on Friday and on Monday, I think they would have tried to drive it down Friday morning. I mean, you're asking a hypothetical question, but I think and this goes back to not legal advice's point, another reason the SEC may have delayed, and then FINRA put it really to the last minute, is so the back offices had no clue what was going on. Because I think that Friday, the 9th, it may have continued to go down, at least in the morning. Why? Because I'm not sure that the back offices, who are populated with 12-year-olds now, would have understood the risk to the balance sheets of their firms, of the situation. And it would have had to pass up to a desk of someone, and finally it gets on the desk of the national operations manager, and she looks at it, or the national compliance officer, and she looks at it, says, oh my gosh, we're in trouble, we got to buy this back. They call the regional manager, they call the national manager, the president and the CEO. It's possible the buying wouldn't have happened until Monday. But it might have come on Tuesday. Remember, 109 broker-dealers, the smaller ones might have acted more quickly, and then it would have a feed-on effect. But I think MMTLP, if the numbers are true, that I hear that it's over 1 billion shares counterfeit, I think it could have, in a spike, it could have gone to 10 or 20,000, 30,000 a share. It's a huge problem. And not every share would have gone off at those prices, of course, but it's a massive knee-buckling problem for Wall Street. And it was not your fault. It's not Nexbridge's fault. It's not MMAT's fault. It's not the whale's fault. It's not anybody involved with MMTLP's fault. I'm not even quite so sure that it's the back office's. That gets into a really gray area. Did they know, or should they have known? And I think many back offices of the broker-dealers will argue they didn't know, that their systems didn't pick it up. Fails to delivers had always worked in the past. The implied guarantee that the DTCC would honor all transactions had led to a internal process they'd never had problems with in the past. So the argument for the broker-dealers would be, did they know? And I think they, being young in terms of length of service, being computerized, everything's electronic, never having seen a problem before, I think they'll argue we didn't know. But then the other part of the other side's question will be, should you have known? And I think that gets into an area where definitely they should have known. Because Reg Show only contemplates a day or two to settle, and then they got to be bought in. And then the longest of the extension is 31 days or 33 days, and then they've got to be bought in. So I think they should have known, and they can't just blame it on the DTCC. But I think that's what's going on with MMTLP. You've got 109 broker-dealers, at least 109 attorneys, probably more like 1,000 attorneys on the broker-dealer side, first educating themselves. A lot like Mark Bazile, and I'm saying it respectfully, but he had to educate himself on, he went out, the way he knows how to get information is essentially with subpoenas, whatever they're called. It's probably the wrong word. And he goes and gets information, and then he learns that, for example, as he told us, that the criminals are communicating in the dark internet. Well, a guy like me doesn't need that information, but a lawyer does, because a lawyer has to build facts. A guy like me, I trust what I'm seeing. They're communicating. I don't need to know anything else. I know they're communicating. But if you got to prove it in court, you need evidence. And for a lawyer to know it, he or she needs to know it from evidence, not from hearing speculation. Mark would call what I just said about, I knew he would call that speculation. He needs to see evidence, otherwise the facts don't exist. So anyway, I think you've got 1,000 brokers and all the broker dealers going, lawyers going, oh my gosh, are you telling me? Their first reaction is going to be, this isn't happening. Second reaction is going to be, they wouldn't let this happen. Third reaction is, the SEC or the DTC must know about this. Find out what procedures are in place that allow this. Because it's here. How did they allow it? And then they're going to look for that. And then they're going to say, are there any court cases? Like Mark Bazile did. Are there any court cases? Because they're not going to immediately realize that lawyers only sue big pockets of money, which are the broker dealers and the mutual funds. Well, guess what? Every account you open, you sign a instruction that any dispute will go through arbitration. Guess who the arbitrators are? Broker dealers. The arbitration process is old, retired, worn out professionals of Wall Street. So once you sign that, any lawyer is going to say, well, I can't get paid. I'm going to put all this effort in, and I'm not going to get paid. So they're not going to file the lawsuits. I mean, this is a crime that's so dastardly. There's no risk in this crime to the criminals. And when you have an effete regulator like Gary Gensler, there's no risk at all. Look at what Goldman Sachs did. I just read it to you. They mismarked, illegally mismarked. They violated securities laws. They committed securities fraud inadvertently. Imagine all those men that Bill Clinton and Hillary and Joe put into prison. 3 strikes, you're out. Imagine if the public defender came in and said he inadvertently had an ounce of marijuana in his pocket. Off to prison. But a banker, because that banker went to Harvard, that banker, Summers at the Hamptons, inadvertently. So anyway, these attorneys are going to look at it first and say this can't happen. And then they're going to realize, well, yeah, it is happening. They represent each of the broker dealers. And then the compliance officer and the operations officer are going to go back and forth, but it's going to go up to the risk manager, and she's going to go, my gosh, this could bankrupt our firm. We better start buying in. Let's go talk to the board. That's happening, and that's happening at 109 broker dealers, and everyone wants an instant answer. I don't see how, when you get lawyers involved in boards and risks and cover your rear end letters and attorneys, and you need sign-offs and you need releases. I don't know how anything even happens in 6 months on MMTLP. And then everyone blames it on FINRA. Well, yes, but FINRA's been doing this in all stocks for a long time. It's not like they just suddenly decided we're going to pick on you because you're in MMTLP. No, that's back assward. What happened is the reality of MMTLP going into a private company, Nexbridge, caught out the system. But the good thing is, which we don't understand, we're trapped, but so are the shorts. So are the broker dealers. So are the prime brokers. So are the criminals. Everybody's trapped. The answer is a settlement. But when you have so many lawyers involved, Number one, they got to use your money to teach themselves the problem. So they've got to do a quick semester in Wall Street practices and short selling and naked short selling and counterfeiting. The only thing about this semester is they're not paying for it, you are, or your broker-dealer is. Then they've got to prove to each other how smart they are, and they've got to make all sorts of filings and find obscurity, and some write with elegance, others take the shotgun approach, but they got to prove to each other that they have a case and that they're really smart, and they're getting paid for that. And then they got to get evidence into the court to cover themselves. They got to respond. They got to make filings. They got to get response. They got to get evidence. They've got to build a court record. So if there's a lawsuit, they're protected. If it's appealed, they're protected. There's a whole process. I don't know how you expect it to get done in 6 months. Personally, I think it's going to take 2 or 3 years. Maybe 6 years. But what you need is a businesswoman at the top of her firm or at the top of her organization, whether it's the regulator or the prime broker or the hedge fund. And she said, let's cut to the chase. Let's call this what it is. It's not that hard. And she brings in her secretary, and she says, Bob, I want you to call the DTCC, the FINRA, the SEC, the Secretary of the Treasurer, the various Congress committees. I want you to call all of the broker dealers. I want you to every single criminal that is filed, I want you to contact their attorneys. I want you to give me a list of all of the potential criminals that we haven't spoken with yet. I want you to call the prime brokers. I want you to call MMAT. I want you to call Nextbridge. I want you to call the Firestone LLC. I want you to set up a Zoom call for this time Monday, and I expect everyone to be on that Zoom call. It's going to be confidential, and we're going to come to a resolution of this problem. I've told you what the answer is. Nextbridge needs to issue 1 billion shares, or whatever the number is, new. The criminals have to pay for it. 1 or 2 prime brokers are going to go bankrupt. After that money is gone, it goes up to the DTCC. The journalists are going to get a story, but then they're going to move on to Palestinian bombing in Israel. Ukraine got attacked by Stalin. They'll move on. The SEC, they're going to sign off on it. They're going to keep their jobs. FINRA, they're going to sign off on it. They're going to keep their jobs. Congress, senators are going to move on to the budget crisis, or whether or not we should make a 3rd bathroom in every restaurant in the country. More important things than this. The criminals are going to pay up. And they might lose everything in their name. Their wives won't lose it because women are protected in this society. And money that they transferred to countries without extradition that we may not be able to get. But everything that's here not protected, they're going to lose. They're probably going to be banned from ever doing anything financial ever again. But they're going to stay out of prison. That is their motive for disgorging money. They're going to stay out of prison. That's what's going to happen with the criminals. Then the broker-dealers are complicit here. They're going to have to put up some money. But they're probably all going to reach a limit of what they're insured for. They're all probably going to reach a limit of what they can approve. They'll go to that limit. I've already said a prime broker or two will go down. Then MMAT will be exonerated. They did nothing wrong. This other end, I can never remember the name, flamethrower, will settle. The big whales will settle. So the criminals get off scot-free, except they have to disgorge money to stay out of prison. And they have to rat, they have to cooperate, and they have to expose everything. And maybe some of those people they expose go to prison. The regulators get to keep their job. The journalists get a story. Congress gets to move on with its life. MMAT will get its loan paid back. And MMAT may, as a consequence, find out what's happening in their own short position, so maybe they can negotiate a solution to MMAT's short position equivalent to this one I'm suggesting here. What Nextbridge should do is issue 1 billion shares for $1,000 a share. 1,000 billion, which I think is $1 trillion, but you can correct me. 1,000 billion, maybe for $1,100 a share. So you give $100 a share to the attorneys, and the attorneys get rich beyond Peter Angelos, beyond F. Lee Bailey. The lawyers see more money than they've ever seen before. Why? Because they went to Georgetown, they went to Harvard, they went to Yale, and they deserve it. And they made all these filings. But you're going to have to pay the attorneys $100 billion, in my opinion. Pay it to them. And then with the $1 trillion left over, or 900 billion, whatever's left over, I think every single shareholder, the original, the real, the transfer agent, the AST shareholders, 165 million, and the billion shares, all of that money goes into Nextbridge. So Nextbridge has $900 billion, $1 trillion. $1 trillion, whatever it is. But I think Nextbridge has to pay the lawyers. It'll come out of that money first. It's not paid by Nextbridge. It'll come out at settlement. $100 billion to the attorneys. Maybe there's some other costs, but $100 billion should be paid. $101 billion should be paid as $110 billion as a cash distribution to every single shareholder of Nextbridge, which is MMTLP. So you should get 1 share of Nextbridge. The reason it has to be $1 billion is so that you get the same ratio that you were entitled to in the distribution, and you get in my example, $100 cash. You get 1 share at a 1/165 millionth ratio, which is now expanded to much bigger. But in return for that, Nextbridge gets almost $1 trillion or $800 billion on its books. They get the cash without having to follow Blackstone's ESG requirements. They can hire all white men if they want. They can hire all Mexican women if they want. They can hire all theys that represent themselves to be strawberry cake. That's their pronoun. They can just have a whole executive suite of people whose pronoun is strawberry cake. I don't know. But they don't have to answer to anybody. They don't have to answer to anybody. What would be great is if they just hired people based on merit. That'd be great. They can have corporate governance as a private company with $800 billion. That's transparent. And they don't have to listen to BlackRock. And they don't have to pay attention to any environmental mandates, social mandates, woke mandates coming out of BlackRock's offices in New York City. NextBridge then could develop Ore Grande lickety split. In 5 years, they could have that field developed and sold. They could go acquire Carrizo Oil, Contango, Apache. They could go acquire, they might be able to go acquire Oxy Petroleum. That's the solution, my friend. Plural. But no one's doing it. You know why? Because you got lawyers that think this big. You've got regulators that are captured or frightened. You need, let's make sure I have her name correctly remembered. I always say Hank Steele and Dagny Talbert. Yeah, it's Dagny Taggart. She's the vice president in charge of operations for Taggart Transcontinental. But she had vision. She bestrode her company and the United States like a giant. And then Henry Reardon was the other guy. He also was an industrialist. And then, of course, you had John Galt. Who is John Galt? Anybody that it takes 128 pages to answer the question, who is John Galt? Isn't. That's it, Buck. You get cash and your shares. Why am I ignoring Jennifer? I am looking up all the whales tonight and share counts before and after the halt. Yeah, Jennifer, there's 5 of them. I think John Berta would be the least. And I think, if you said the names, I would know them. I just can't remember right now. But it's 5 guys. All right, Ken Unac. Hello, William. The MMTLP debacle has caused me to lose faith in all human constructs, regardless of the field of endeavor. The glass is now perpetually half empty. Well, I would counterbalance that, Ken, with what I find here just on my little YouTube construct. I'm amazed at what the term is, community. I don't really like that term. I don't know what else to call it, I guess. But it makes me think the glass is more than half full. All the people that are on the MMTLP, GTII, everywhere, it's really amazing. That movie, Apes United or Together, is really amazing. Those 2 brothers did a great job. Well, Jack Wolf, whenever I used to go through customs, particularly in the UK, they'd ask, what are you here for, mate? No, they wouldn't say mate. Are you here on business? Yes. Why? I'm visiting clients. What's your business? I'm an investment banker, I'd say. Who do you work for? And I'd say me. I work for myself. And they look at me and I say, I hate my boss. And every now and then I would get a laugh. Most of the time I'd get a stamp and say, enjoy your stay. Frank, you're 50 and you don't want to be 67 or 68 still working. My guess is you will be. My guess is you will be. But what you really want to say on that sentence is you want to have the choice, But I have a feeling you'll still want to work, do something. But you want to have the choice to not work. What's the screenshot? Well, Ted Williams, Fidelity may be lying to you, but you have to remember most of the people on Wall Street have no idea this is going on. When the criminals call it, and that the criminality goes all the way up to the top, when they call it naked shorting, and shorting, it's a strategy. It's shorting. It's good. It's cleansing. It protects people from bad CEOs. And you can't shake that. You can't shake that image. But the people that you talk to at Fidelity, they don't know what they're talking about. Hopper, that's it. Hopper, thank you, Not. Jessica Hopper. I was the first one to put her up on Twitter. You can look it up, but I just forgot. I know the Catherine chick. It is a conflict of interest to you and me, to you and I, to you and me. It would be the right way to say it. But to Goldman, it sounds just about right. I want to see what not legal advice. What did John... No, John, the whale, the one whale, and what is his name? Oh, I'm just having a Joe Biden day. By the way, I thought of the Russian I was talking about yesterday. His name was Yuri. It didn't begin with an S at all, but his name was Yuri. I bought on the last day. Your average went from 825 to 290. Jennifer, you bought? Or in your account it shows 290. My average is $8, or it might be like 786, but something like that. McCabe is one of them. McCabe is one of them. Jennifer, I don't think it was McCabe. But you could be right. It was somebody that had a lot of stock. But remember, I think McCabe is the one that lent money and has gotten, I'm trying to remember, Ora Grande, they bought the rest of the position. I think McCabe put up the money. So it might be McCabe. You might be right. But I think he still owns so much of the company that in one way, Jennifer, it might be, if it's he, it might be good that he got some of that money off the table, because now he's helped acquire the 100% of the Oro Grande. So I don't know. That'd be interesting. I'd love to see your research on that, and it might be McCabe. You might be right. I know there was a large. I heard by rumor. I heard that there was a large player that sold in the last week, and I can almost remember which office or which part of the country he sold out of, but I'm not going to blurt that out, one, because I could be wrong, and two, I think that might be confidential. Okay, not legal advice. If they are just negligent, they can have insurance cover their liabilities to the limit. Okay. I guess negligence isn't against the law. But I would imagine that's going to be the insurance company would fight that. That'll go to court. Yes, Jennifer, if someone like a whale sold 6 million shares that week, wouldn't that have a huge effect on the price? Yes, and what I heard, now you've used that number 6 million a couple of times, so it's confusing me. I don't know if I heard 6 million, but what I heard is somebody sold 2 million. But, you know, by the time it comes to me, it's the Tower of Babel. Okay, not legal advice. There is evidence that a specialist and a major brokerage said that dark pool trading on the morning of the 9th was 100 times the closing price on the 8th. Let me read that again. Not legal advice says there is evidence that a specialist is it used to be on the trading floor. I don't know what it refers to now. Maybe they have specialists in these off trading exchanges. Maybe the New York still uses specialists. Or maybe in the dark pools they use what's called a specialist. But a specialist used to be who traded the stock on the floor. There is evidence that a specialist and a major brokerage said that dark pool trading on the morning of the 9th which was Friday when the trading stopped. The last day it traded was on the 8th, Thursday. Friday was the 9th, and Monday was the 12th. So there's evidence that there was trading in the dark pools, maybe before FINRA stopped trading in the dark pools, 100 times the closing price. So let's say the closing price was $2.87. So that's $28,700. So that's interesting, not legal advice. Somebody asked me how high I thought it would have gone, and I think I said 20 to 30,000. I can't remember now. I might have said higher. Can't remember. I know I said 20 or 30,000. John, Friday and Monday was supposed to be buy to close, so how could they sell to drive it down? Well, it's computers, number one. Number two, they can sell lying that it's long. They can sell lying that they located, or as we just found out, they can inadvertently mismark the trades. They just commit fraud. And they do it under the auspices of a market maker. Okay, not legal advice. Your analysis that share value can be determined through expert opinion is correct. You guys, you got to listen to this, gentlemen, not legal advice, because he doesn't get all worked up like I do. And his succinct, to the point answers are good. So I'll just read that again. The analysis that share value can be determined through expert opinion is correct. That's good for us, because as NextBridge continues to be developed, to develop Ora Grande, news is coming out. There are engineering studies, and there you go. Nobody. This scrolls. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Okay, here, David. Nobody would have sold then one day to buy them all back. Could lead to a number 10,000 or more. Well, there's going to be a lot of conflicting selling and buying, speculating. But I think whales might have sold because, number one, it wouldn't have been their whole position. Number two, they may have been in this stock from the Torchlight days, and it's big money. You know, you're talking about men who are going to be multiple billionaires on a big scale, in my judgment, or could be. And yet, right now, they could be struggling to put, their next year of money together. So if they have a chance, they wait till the last week and they see it running up to $7, $8, $12, $10, and they see it coming up against FINRA. They know the information that we know. They know the risk it could be stopped trading. And so maybe they sell a big block of it just to make sure they have some cash. So, I don't know. I think the shorts were in there. McCabe, yeah. McCabe. It was someone in the filings. I don't think there's a way to find out who the seller was, Jennifer. I heard enough that if I blurted it out, somebody could probably figure out who it was. But I'm not going to do that because I feel like if I learn something about somebody's finances or who they are, just years of being an advisor, it's nobody's business but that person's. But I can say that I heard that a major owner was selling real shares. Yeah, Jay, I think we shouldn't participate until they fix it. Well, I think I don't know if I'm looking to see if there's another message from, but I don't see it. I think any settlement, because so many lawyers are involved, anything that happens from here on out, anytime you receive money or the ability to trade or you get shares, you're going to have to sign something. You're going to have to sign a release. I think people that get shares per the instructions now, per the arrangement now. So In other words, if Morgan Stanley has enough shares, or had enough shares to distribute to some people in fulfillment of what essentially what the deal was. You don't need a signature then. But anyway, I feel like I'm talking to myself because nobody's home. Well, I don't think it matters if a whale sold, because those whales are still involved. And in retrospect, whoever it was, I'm kind of impressed that they took some money off the table, because that's the hardest thing to do. Okay, Jennifer, okay, Matt says something. Matt says, with the volume being so low, right, isn't the stock ripe for large swings to the upside with smaller sustained? Paul, on vocal, I have a bad feeling about this. Explain that, Jennifer. Because Jennifer is a sharp person too. I think my math is wrong. 22 daisies. My math is almost certainly wrong. I liked Bernie Sanders. I gave money to Bernie Sanders. Look, I think most people on Wall Street are honest, but it's the nature of the incentives, the reward system on Wall Street. There's only so many assets. Everybody, a guy like me, I don't know, a woman like, what is her name, Blythe Masters? You come in, you're all working long hours, you're all competing against each other, and then you're judged by how many assets you have on a management, how much you're making. That's the scorecard. Everyone's an A student. They all want to get a high score. Eventually, so many people come in, there's not enough assets to go around. That goes to my example here, that if everybody's competing to make millions of dollars in the same pie, it's not going to work. The only way to do it is to expand the pie. And I don't think it's 10 times. I think it's much bigger. But what you need is free money and easy money and an economic shutdown helps. But then instead of making your percentage off the real part, you're making your percentages off of everything. All of Wall Street is. And the little fiction you have to just nod and wink about is that let's change all shares to electronic. Let's make it difficult and expensive to get physical shares. Let's make it prohibitively impossible to put physical shares back into the system. Let's change it from whatever you call that, fractions to to decimals. Let's get rid of the uptick rule. Let's create high-speed frequency trading and allow people to go in front and beyond. Let's get a president to say that it'll all be self-regulated. Let's make the SEC toothless. Let's make FINRA a lapdog. And then you got it all set up. You got it set up. And then the incentives, basically you have the producing side of the firm and the compliance side, the operations side. And there always is a tension. I mean, you could look at it as compliance, operations, and sales. The sales side just goes for it, and it attracts people that goes for it. And the people that lie, push the edges of the rules, bring in the big accounts. And when they get the big accounts, instantaneously, there's somebody special. And they get the rewards. So I think in a country with lawyers who debate what the definition of is, and they learn at the best law schools that right and wrong isn't the issue, it's winning. That over the last 20, 30, 40 years, when you match it to Wall Street, which in fairness, it was Reagan that first started the deregulation, but man, Bill Clinton put kerosene on that fire. And then you got George W. Bush, who it's rumored the records on Harkin were in building number 7. Well, he didn't do anything. Cox didn't do anything. And then, unfortunately, Obama did zip. And then you had Trump didn't do anything. So I think the evolution of Wall Street, constantly pushing the barriers, constantly pushing, always trying to do something more. You get a series of crises, and then it gets into the taxpayer that we've got to save Wall Street. Too big to fail. Well, I just think we each have to ask ourselves, what do the banks really give us? They give us nice-looking credit cards. They lend us money on our house. Well, do we really need that? If they weren't around, would houses be 10 times the average salary? I doubt it. So Vocal, what I understand is happening at Vocal is he had a space call. A friend of mine listened to Vocal's space call. I lost a lot of money in Vocal. And I'll tell you the positives. They're on upstream. The guy, I think, is honest and smart. According to my friend, they put $60 or $70 million into their technology. Some of the competitors are trading at huge valuations in the similar field that he's in. The OG collection is worth probably something like 7 or 8 cents a share on the downside, and maybe 40, 50 cents a share. They're going to distribute that. They have 1 or 2 other things to distribute. The biggest news I heard from my friend is they're close to breaking even, which means they won't have to keep going to the market for financings. So those are all the good things. What I think are the negatives. Reportedly, he stated on a call, I didn't hear it, but I was told it, that he wanted to get the hot money out of the stock, Well, he's a man that is used to accomplishing his goals, and he accomplished that. Secondly, I see that as negative, but it's over with now. Secondly, the company has a burn rate reportedly at something like $250,000 a month. So that's a constant pressure. Thirdly, he did deals with the Lynn partners and with Kurt Kramer. I don't think those go away. He doesn't see the threat the way I do. And remember, he has a back office experience that I don't have. He sees the computers as algorithms that are designed to confuse you, that they're retail back and forth, and the algorithms are set up to issue shares in the face of buying just to meet the demand. And that even further, that the computers on this other side, on the regulatory side and on the broker-dealer side, are far less advanced. They're behind the computers on the side of a Griffin or one of these computerized trading modern firms. So he sees it that way. I see it as that it's just communication amongst the criminals. So he did a deal with the Lynn partners. He did 2 notes with Kurt Kramer. I just don't think that stuff goes away. He needs to fund his burn rate. Now, if it's true, I've lost track of my count, so I'll just go through them. If it's true they're going to break even, he won't need to keep raising money. But it won't stop the short selling. Kurt Kramer his sole mission in life is to destroy his clients, bring them down to nearly to bankruptcy. And I think he'll keep selling. I think that's true of the Lynn partners as well. It's all in my opinion. Everything on my videos is in my opinion. I think the biggest issue with Vocal is the guy's unpredictable. And I think it's going to be hard for him to attract capital for that reason. But he's courageous. He wants to fight the shorts. I think he can learn very quickly. He likes to have an intellectual argument and win that. And he likes to go see if he's right. But maybe he learns more by doing than by thinking it through. But to the extent he can learn, he has to have seen that stepping away from a $300 million acquisition, 100 at the time, I don't know what it would have ended up, $100 million acquisition in shares of GTII. I guess 100 million is the number. It worked out at the time, the number of shares he had outstanding, it worked out to $3 a share. And he would be CEO of the combined company, and it would have been a corporate event that might have squozen the stock. He walked away from that. He renegotiated that. Now, I'm sure he had his reasons. And, as a CEO, he has a lot of competing responsibilities. One of them might be that he wanted to ensure that he was going to be financed, because he does have this run rate. And maybe that was left out of that deal. I don't know. But he stepped away from that. So my understanding is his recent financing, he raised $750,000, not at $3 a share, at 3.5 cents a share, valuing his company at $4 million, roughly. $4 million. Well, to me, that was a mistake. But I think he will learn from that. Now, on the positive side, some of his competitors, I forget the names of them, one began with an S, trade at 200, 400 million market caps. So if he can get some purchase, if he can get break even, maybe he can get out of this. But the problem is the problem is the same problem with all these companies. Once Kurt Kramer, Jeff Easton, with their diabolical strategy, gets their maw on a company, they're going to set about destroying the company. And in a normal world, your idea or business plan is the numerator. And over time, that idea or business plan gets funded. So in the case of Nextbridge, it becomes the Ora Grande. Or in the case of Vocal, it becomes Vocal. $60 million. Or in the case of MULN, it becomes electric vehicles. Or in the case of MMAT, it becomes a battery. Or as it's spelled, battery, but in the UK they say battery. But anyway, whatever it is, go on and get it. Do it. Whatever it is. So, you have your asset up here. Or whatever metric you're using. Whatever metric. In a healthy market, that like we used to have, you know your numerator. i.e., you know your number of shares. So when you know your number of shares, you can divide your asset by shares, or your earnings by shares, or your rate of growth by shares, or your revenue by shares, or your sales by shares, or your R&D by shares, and you come up with a number, and you can compare it to your peers. And so for Vocal to trade for $4 million, and I don't know enough of the other data, but for a competitor to trade for 200 million market cap, I don't have any of the data on it. I think it's begins with an S. I don't have the data. But this trades for 200 million, this trades for 4 million. To simply say, well, what if this gets to 200 million? It's not enough information. The problem is, once you have Kurt Kramer involved and Jeff Easton involved, when I first heard about Vocal, there were 10 million shares out. 10 million. 10 million shares out. Now, I think, based on this last financing, there's 125 million shares out on Vocal. 125 million, something like that. Well, what's it going to be the next financing? Another 25 million shares issued, another 50 million shares issued. A lot of this increase was insiders. They issued shares to insiders. So my point is, using that 200 million, even if you use that 200 million, if this goes to 2 billion shares, and I won't get the arithmetic right. 200 million, 2 billion shares. Maybe it's still only worth 10 cents a share. That's the problem that these companies face, and it's a real problem in terms of what the CEO does. But then it's a marketplace problem in terms of price discovery, because the CEO has to issue shares, so he expands his cap table. But out in the marketplace are billions of shares that have depressed the price. I have to excuse myself for a second. I'm going to grab something to eat, and I'll be right back. So excited to have a little bit to eat. So Jennifer, I don't know if you're still there, but it doesn't worry me if a whale sold stock. It worries me they drove the stock price down, but what choice did they have if they joined in? But it doesn't bother me because they still have a big position. So that's kind of how, I don't know why I just said that, but I thought of it while I went inside. I remember when Dannon yogurt was that big and there was real fruit in the bottom. Now it's not so great. Can't tell if I can't. Did I disconnect you? Okay, there you go. Do I have anything on IEP? I don't know anything about IEP. Let me. Is it a stock? Is it a stock? I just want to. Thank you for letting me get something. I put some drama in it, don't I? I don't mean to. Why do you need surgery for your ears? Aaron S. Ambrose, GTI should already have run. Well, two things have to happen. One is it's either or both. One is settling the trades, enforcing the law, buying in. And I think, I mean, we know the players. The shorts weren't going to buy in themselves, and Alpine's not going to do it. The guy's shady. The other way buy-ins happen is if the price goes up, and they keep selling. So I don't know that you're right that it should have happened by now. It's certainly how I feel about it. And others, it's frustrating. I personally feel, as I've expressed many times, I feel like it was in the middle of a squeeze in November, Thanksgiving time, and then everybody went to COSM. Well, we didn't get to find out. That's the problem. You can't prove. But Fidelity was paying 1,000%, and Wells Fargo had taken the buy button. But anyway, it didn't happen, and now we're waiting for a trigger. As long as Kurt Kramer, John Hurry, Alpine, the opportunistic shorts that they hire and racketeer with, all in my judgment, can sell stock that doesn't exist without consequence, they're going to keep the price down. But it can change very, very quickly. I don't know IEP. Let me see if something comes up. Oh, Icahn. Icahn. I didn't know that was the symbol. He must have done something wrong. It's a lot of lawsuits. There's a lot of lawsuits being filed. So, I bet the shorts, not just the shorts, but also naked shorts have taken hold of this position. Wow. All the news is lawsuits. I think I wouldn't write the old man off. I wouldn't write him off. So he's fighting Bill Ackman. Did Bill Ackman lose money in Herbalife when Bill was shorted and Carl Icahn? Am I having a bad memory on that? So it's, well, let me see. This says, Carl Icahn's IEP slumps after old rival This is how sharks can turn on each other. Shares of billionaire Carl Icahn's investment firm plunged to their lowest in nearly 2 decades, a day after rival Bill Ackman called out the company's high valuation. Icahn stock tumbled as much as 25% to $18, deepening losses of more than 60% that were recorded following short seller Hindenburg Research's scathing attack on the company 3 weeks ago. See, they do it to each other too. IEP's dividend yield is generated by returning capital to outside shareholders, which is in turn funded by the company selling stock to investors, Ackman tweeted on Wednesday. If that's true, that's trouble. Ponzi-like scheme. Ackman says he has no long or short position. See? In a memorable clash a decade ago, the billionaire, I don't know which one, I guess Ackman, had shorted supplement company Herbalife. Yeah. So that's what this is, a carry-on from my reaction. I don't think Carl Icahn is a Ponzi scheme kind of guy. So I think he'll fight back somehow. $8 a share on, well, $8 on 22. That what how high was the stock for the It doesn't really have a $8 dividend? It sounds, or do you mean 8%? It's still a big company, even with the stock down. So he can fight back. Dividend is the rate is 8%. No. You're right. You're right. It says the dividend yield is 35%. Well, that won't last. That won't last. Either the price of the stock's going to go up or the dividend will get cut. And if I had to pick one of them, I'd say the dividend will get cut. It was as high as $55. So it was giving a, I don't know, almost 20% yield, 15% yield. So it's $2 per quarter. That's pretty good. Remember, the shorts they build a position and then they can put out research, and they don't have the obligations of a CEO. And the SEC doesn't go after FINRA doesn't call if the stock is down. We noticed unusual trading if it's down. They only call if it's going up. Here's a Yahoo news story. Why Icahn Enterprises lost half its value. For much of his nearly half-century career on Wall Street, Carl Icahn has been known as an activist investor. But in May, the tables were turned when a prominent short seller released a report critical of IEP. Shares of Icahn Enterprises fell by 55% in the wake of the report. Icahn is one of the best-known activist investors with a strong track record dating back to the early 1980s. That makes it sound like so long ago. A record of agitating corporate boards to make changes to boost prices. But in early May, activist Hindenburg Research released a report calling Icahn's enterprises substantially overvalued, accusing the company of overstating the value of its portfolio and relying on a Ponzi-like structure to fund its dividend. Now, if he owns a lot of private companies in his portfolio, that's one of the risks. How do you value it? Hindenburg has a decent reputation, does he? And its reports are usually taken seriously. Really? Icahn Enterprises responded by calling the report self-serving and vowed to fight back against the accusations. But the company also disclosed that the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York had contacted it seeking information about corporate governance, dividends, valuation, and other topics. Bill Ackman said on Twitter that Icahn Enterprises, quote, reminds me somewhat of Arch Egos, the massive family office that collapsed. Icahn Enterprises has always been an odd collection of assets with investments in energy, automotive, consumer goods, metals, and real estate. For years, the stock price is sustained by a large dividend, which, as Hindenburg notes, by the way, that strategy is a strategy I think companies could use fighting short sellers, large dividends. Hindenburg notes the dividend cannot be supported by the company's operating cash flows. None of this is a smoking gun, but if nothing else, Hindenburg has shined a spotlight on practices which were perhaps not well understood by investors, and now that they know, there might be less willingness to buy in. That could be a problem for Icahn Enterprises, even if there's nothing nefarious going on. Given the risk, there is no reason for investors to rush in here following the drop. That's according to the well, that's Yahoo, but it's showing up with Motley Fool on the top. So maybe they work together, Yahoo and Motley. No, it's news. It was Yahoo. It was a news story from Motley report. So I don't know what to tell you. I wouldn't I personally, I wouldn't trade it. If you want to trade it, use options so you only risk a little bit of money. Or if you have your position, you can sell options against it. I know you want the dividend, so one thing to do is to sell out of the money calls in the shortest time frame, like a week or 2 weeks or even a month. But do it out of the money you won't get a lot of premium, but if you do it enough time, it'll add up. F. Hindenburg. Kryptonian, Will, your breakdown of how the market has been stolen and turned into a fractional trading environment is spot on. Keep pounding that drum. Yeah, no one's listening, except you guys are. All right, so I don't know what else to talk about. Let's see what time it is. Jenny's not here. Oh, there's Jenny. We had Jennifer, now we have Jenny. We have Jenny Rebecca. 4 days old. How do? Yeah, I'm Motley Fool. I'm not always impressed. They have they're an asset gatherer. Warren Buffett says it best. He thinks private equity is a bad deal. But he says if you can raise, the best way to make money on Wall Street is to be a salesman. And if you can raise $100 million or more, or some number, and you get a 220, you and your family live the high life for the next 25 years. I'll try that again. F. Hindenburg. Yeah, I don't look on the face of it. I don't know who Hindenburg is, but I think they can do this same strategy you're learning here. They can do it on a grand scale, and there's a lot of envy. I think Carl Icahn has made a lot of enemies, and of course, when money gets tight, you start going after the agglomerators who may have borrowed money to acquire companies. So it makes sense. But I think Icahn can fight back. DC, I just talked about Vocal. I really did just talk about Vocal. Personally, it's trading, it closed at 585, 200,000 shares. It had a Twitter space. They've advanced their plan of spinning off the OG collection. Let me look at on another site. I'm just looking for news stories. Okay, the last 3 news stories. Vocal had a Twitter call. Vocal engaged Turner Stone to complete the audit of OG collection, and they're advancing the spin-off plan as a special dividend to shareholders. They appoint Turner Stone and Company as an auditor to strengthen reporting. And there was a joint venture. So, let me go somewhere else. I just don't want to bore everybody because I already talked about it. But if you're asking, it means that I wasn't very clear. Okay, so on May 31, I better put my glass. I don't know why my eyesight. All my life I've been able to read, but yeah, created, issues 21 million shares of common stock. They're going to resale from time to time up to 21 million shares. They entered into a securities purchase agreement on, December 12th. December 22nd. They're not selling any. Okay, so this is just an update. That's old news. That's old news. Somebody told me, and I'm trying to find it, and each time I said it to you, I told you somebody told it to me. So I hope that it's here. If it's not, I've been wrong. Okay, here. You know, I have been wrong. I think the person that told me misread this. It is 750,000 shares. But it was in December. It's not new. So I've been wrong about that. So I guess what I'm going to have to do is study it and make sure I give accurate information. But that means they didn't raise money just recently. I had been told they'd raised 750,000 just now at a low valuation. So that. Let me look how many shares are outstanding. That's good news, is my point. It's not good that I was wrong. That's bad. But it's good news. Let me see how many shares are out. Yeah, it is good news. I mean, it's not a huge difference from what I said, but it's significant. Because I told you I thought there were 120 million shares out. According to OTC Markets, it's 92 million shares. That's a big difference. Let me look at what it says on Yahoo. That's that's a difference of 20%. That's pretty big. So that's what I'll have to do is try to get So it's 92 million shares, not 120. So that's good. And that brings the numbers more into what I had talked about before. So Vocal is going to spin off the OG collection, which ostensibly has a valuation of $10 million to as high as $100 million. But now that the outstanding shares look to be around 100 million, a little less, that's 10 cents a share. So you got a stock that's trading at $6 cents. That's different than what I just told you. Also, I don't see evidence that they raised money at 3.5 cents a share, so that's wrong. So I better spend some time pulling down data, but obviously what I was told was a misunderstanding by somebody I trust. So that's good. That's good. The stock's at $5 or $6. According to the space call, I didn't listen to it, but I was told that, I wonder if I wrote it down. So I'm glad you asked the question, because that's a little bit better. That is a little bit better. Let me see if I wrote it down. Because I took notes when I talked to my friend, but I don't know if I have it with me. I'm looking. This is for Vocal. And sorry for the noise. Sorry for the noise. Sorry for the noise. There's good things coming with GoLogic and Logic. I just can't tell you all of them because I'm not sure about them. And I think good things coming for Finger too. Very good things coming for Finger. Let me just look if it's in this notebook. I should keep one. I always tell myself I'm just going to keep one notebook, but I never do it. Why? Because when I'm sitting down somewhere, I'm too lazy to get up and go get my original notebook. Okay, let's see. It might be here. Might be here. No. All right, so all I can do is by my memory. I'll try to get it better, but what I remember is that Vocal put 60 or 70 million over time into their technology. There are competitors that are trading at much higher valuations, and my friend who gave me this information, a different friend, thinks the stock could trade to 30 or 40 cents. Not right away, but over time. I think Jeremy is an honest guy, smart, hardworking. He has a strategy, and if he is successful distributing the OG collection, he's trading on Upstream. That's worth more. Now that I see the shares there, that's worth more than the per share price. Okay. So here's the comparison on Vocal. Vocal right now, as a market cap, when you include the debt, is around $6 million. The peer that I was trying to find in my notes is Substack. Substack trades at $600 million. So just on that one data point, there's a huge value gap between Vocal and Substack. I already told you they spent 60 to 70 million building out the platform. And here's the biggest issue that I always bring up, and apparently he addressed it on his call. The cash burn that they have is very low now because they expect to break even over the next 4 to 6 months. That's a big deal. But that's the time frame I think you have to wait for to get your return, is that 4 to 6 month period. Now the OG collection I've mentioned many times, based on the investors' agreement to purchase 25%, is worth $10 million. But he's had estimates and valuations close to $100 million. So if you go with the low end and you go with 92 million shares outstanding, that's about 9 cents. A little bit more than that. It's basically over 10 cents a share value for OG collection. And that's going to be spun out to shareholders. So if you're still in the stock, that's a valuable spin-off, I think, over the next 90 days. And that could be a corporate event that triggers a problem for the shorts. The CEO is invested and owns a lot of shares. So that's the story on Vocal. So thank you for asking me the second time, because the first time I answered it, I think it was pretty negative. Now I would say he's still going to have to raise money over the near term. He still has to deal with Lynn Partners and Kramers and people like that. But he has a strategy, and he does work hard, and he does want to get rid of the shorts. You know, he started that thing, CEO Block. So that's all a very good observation. It seems odd that GTII volume is not higher. Well, number one, what is the real volume in GTII? Most of it's just crossing and spoofing and manipulation. Most of the volume is fake. They got it down. You had 3 days going up, and now you've got two down, one flat. The volume's very low. I still think the most likely thing pretty soon is here and here. And I think you're going to see a sharp move up in the stock. Just to buy a little time. I'm not going to pick a I'm not going to say this week, but maybe this month. And then you'll see a move back to that 200-day moving average. So that's my opinion. Yeah, I think the volume is pretty low. Jeff, I personally don't think the 1-800 deal is going to happen. The shorts never want to cover. Jeff, the shorts will never want to cover GTII. Never have, never will. Ever. Ever. Shorts are never going to buy back. Ever. What you want is for the firms that are housing the positions to buy back the shares. Kurt Kramer's not going to buy back a single share. Seth they're not buying back anything. That's the shorts in this stock. They'll never buy back anything. John Hurry at Alpine and all the opportunistic shorts that he hired, they do this trading schemer, and maybe they're selling and their friends buying from and selling more. I've shown you that. There's buying in that sense. But Kurt Kramer and his brother have no intention of buying back any shares. Alpine took over that position in all likelihood. I don't think Alpine has any intention, John Hurry, of buying back those shares. Zero. So what you're hoping for is a dramatic change in situation. Like one morning we wake up and get the news that Trento Mine went through in the middle of the night, and now the stock's worth $7 or $17 a share. All of a sudden the stock price is up. Something like that. You want the fact that UBS is buying Credit Suisse in a government-organized buyout because Credit Suisse, is it Credit Suisse? I think it was. Because Credit Suisse is in trouble with a lot of its positions, and maybe one of them is this 19 million shares short of GTII. So therefore, UBS says we got to buy that in, or the Swiss government says we got to buy that back in. Hi, cutie. Hi. So that's number two. Number three, the FBI is going after the criminal who stiffed West Park Security, whatever the name is, Securities out of California, for $2.5 to $4 million. If they already bought those shares in, but if they arrest that person and that person starts singing, well, then that information starts going to broker-dealers' desks, back offices. You want those back offices to start buying in the shares because they see the writing on the wall and they realize it was fraud. That's number three. Number four, you want any other events. I'm just going to lump them all in. West Christian's lawsuits, perhaps other smaller short sellers that want to get out of Alpine because they want to maintain their reputation somewhere else. Maybe you get some buying in from that. It would be great, wouldn't it, if FINRA or Gary Gensler did something, but they're not going to. So let's just ignore that. The final thing is, if Alpine goes down, which I think will happen, you're going to see not Alpine buy back those shares in the sense that it's John Hurry, but whoever comes in, the adult that comes into the room, or an adult that's there that is suddenly empowered by the regulators, by the system, they'll start buying in those shares. So that your biggest buyer is, in my judgment, 350 million shares that are naked short. That's your biggest buyer. And it's going to be from the regulators, I'd give 10% chance. From the back offices at the broker-dealers, initially I give that very low odds. From the compliance department and the error department at Alpine, probably that's where it starts. I give that 30% odds. From this 19 million shares that needs to be bought back, I'd say that's going to happen. I give that 20-30% odds. They want to do it at a low price. That's why they're driving it down, but nobody's selling. So it'll make it go up. And then this FBI and the rest, I give that 10-15% odds. Those are all percolating there. And then you've got Trento Mines might happen. What you need to see is higher prices that trigger margin calls. No one's going to pay them. That triggers buy-ins. That's what we're waiting for. Now, you're saying, well, it should happen already. It should go. But even every single short out there, takes years to build this up, and then all of a sudden it goes all at once, comes back down. So we're waiting. And by the way, if you're tired of waiting, you can make an argument that this is never going to happen because the regulators are not going to do anything, because none of the deals ever seem to go through, because they're going to move all of the trades out of Alpine, because Ken Griffin is going to rescue the day. I mean, you can make those cases. So just get out. There's other stocks to get into. Look, Vocal. Vocal was higher. You get into Vocal here at 5 or 6 cents. And that might have all the excitement you need. But I'm not recommending that. I'm just saying, if you're tired of waiting in GTII, you don't have to diamond hands it. You do not have to be a diamond hands. There's plenty of stocks out here that can all have short squeezes, 6 or 7 or 8 of them, maybe more. So if you're tired of GTI, you don't have to hang on to it. But in my judgment, GTII is on the verge of a rally. I think the thing that's going to trigger the buy-ins, if I had to guess, is going to be that Alpine is going down. And I don't know when, though. I mean, we're trying to read the tea leaves of what the lawyers are saying. I think the judge, to my non-lawyer eyes, clearly has had her fill. I think FINRA is chomping at the bit to expel Alpine. I don't think Alpine has any friends. So I think it could happen very quickly. But if we are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? To it, it's going to frustrate us. So the only way to get rid of the frustration of GTII is to make a plan stand. And one of them is, I'm going to get out. I'm tired of this. I waited 6 months. I'm tired of listening to this guy talk about it. I'm getting out. It's never going to happen. I'm going to keep my cash. I'm going to go buy back my race car and go on with my life. Or I'm going to sell half of it. I'm going to take that half and I'm going to put that money. I'm really excited that Vocal is going to have a distribution of 10 cents a share. I can buy it at 5-6 cents right now. You know, maybe that 10 cents is real, maybe it isn't, but there's something there that I feel better. I don't know. I mean, I personally think Logic and GoLogic both are going to have very nice moves. I like HNRC. I like Finger very much. So there's stocks out there. So you can sell half and diversify. Or you can say to yourself, you know what? I like GTII. I realize it's going to take a long time. I understand that it's kind of like a call option that never expires. And I'm going to average down here. I'm going to buy a little bit more. I'm going to put my GTC orders in, and I'm going to go about my life. And if it goes, great. If it doesn't, great. We'll revisit it in 60 days, 90 days. But I'm just going to go on with my life. Or you just leave it, just do nothing and just leave the position as is with that kind of attitude. But nothing's changed. Kurt Kramer according to FINRA, is a bad actor. Kurt Kramer is a toxic convertible note lender. Kurt Kramer is an unregistered securities dealer. Kurt Kramer tricks his clients into poisonous convertible notes and then proceeds to steal the entire market cap of the companies. I'd say that you might have an argument and it's coincidence, but it's every single company he's ever funded. He can't help himself. He takes it down to pennies. The evidence is there. Now he could say, I didn't do it. Well, it's one of his LLCs, or it's his Uncle Leo, or it's his school friend Bob. He shorts the stocks to oblivion. From what I've seen, he has sold over 300 million shares of non-existent GTI. Could it be less? Sure. People tell me you can't trust those numbers. Well, where are we supposed to get our numbers? The FINRA numbers? But if you're tired of waiting, I'm the last person to say diamond hands. I wouldn't diamond hands. Just change your goals. The whole thing about GTII is it's one stupid, arrogant trap short that has caused a massive problem for Wall Street. 350 million shares short. He lent $62,000, and it could turn into a $62 billion error on Wall Street. And it could change your financial situation. But it might not happen. What is going to happen for sure is that Kurt Kramer is going to keep destroying companies because it's what he does. And he does it with glee. What do we have laws for? You. We have laws for you. You can't do what Kurt Kramer does. You're not allowed to. Because you haven't set up. What you need to do what Kurt Kramer does is you need a relationship with a prime broker. And when he first started out, he probably didn't have a lot of money. He used other people's money, probably. You need a market maker. Well, preferably shady ones like Alpine. You need some buddies that you can count on warily to help you if the stock gets out of control. You need a lawyer that can write up a note that has a toxic formula in it. You need to not care about your reputation. And then you get a boiler room together and you get a sidekick to make the cold calls to find companies. And then that sidekick has to be a liar. As you would have to be. And that's how you can get rich. But you have to have a market maker. You have to have all this intricate web. It's racketeering. And you have to be willing to break the law and then lie. Oh, I didn't do it. Why didn't you do it? Because you set up an LLC over there. You have to be Bill Clinton. No one left to lie to. You just want your Lamborghini back, Fritz. I don't know who Doug Sifu is. Doug Sifu. It almost looks familiar, but I'm not sure who that is. Well, yeah, let me go to what Chrome said. I'm not trying to be negative on Chrome. I mean, it just comes a time. There's Chrome. I don't know. I've been in this for a long time now. It does seem bleak lately that this won't happen. Well, Chrome, let's just... You know what bleak is? Chrome, you know what bleak is? Bleak is an emotion. So let's just sit down, as my brother was taught at some solar panel company he worked for. What would Ben do? This Ben being Benjamin Franklin. So let's write down the pros and the cons. And let's try to take the emotion out of it. Because feelings are nothing more than feelings. Peelings, nothing more than peelings. All right, so Chrome, here's the cons. It feels bleak lately. That's one con. It feels bleak lately. How did the feeling good when it was $5? How did that help us? It's just feelings. Feelings interfere. All right. So the other con is law. I'll just write laws. The laws are ignored by the regulators, by the system. They've gotten away with it all this time. They're always going to get away with it. I'm not sure that's true. That might be more of a feeling, but let's put it down as a negative. (1-800) canceled, I think. I don't think it's happening. So that's a negative. Under $1. I think that's a negative. It's a piece of shite company. What is it really? That's a negative. Depending on who you are. (2.5 years). That's a negative. You know what I notice about all these negatives? There's not a single one that is a fact. It feels bleak. It seems like the laws are always ignored. I mean, they have been. But does it mean it will always be so? 1-800, we don't know. But maybe that's a fact, that 1-800 isn't going to happen. The fact that it's under $1 isn't necessarily the end of the world. That the company is a POS, that's an opinion. And it's been 2.5 years, that's factual. But what does that really say, good or bad, about the company? These are the cons. I can't think of another con. Well, I guess another con is short sellers are still active. It seems like on a lesser scale, so that's another con. Another con might be that time is risk, which I was taught. And so if you're trading, you've already been in it quite a while, and time is risk. That might be. Anyway, so let's go through the pros. I'm going to give myself some room here. What are the pros? Chrome, what are the pros? I mean, it's like it doesn't feel like these are pros because nothing's happening in the stock price. But so I understand before I buy that the criminals flood the market with counterfeits. There's no price discovery. It's all securities fraud. Yet, I let my eyeballs affect my feelings, telling me the stock price is down, nothing's ever going to happen. That's the battle all investors have. Their feelings versus their knowledge. And I've told you before, professional investors in GTII, they'll buy it at $10. And you'll say, why wouldn't they buy it now at $1? Because they want to know it's going. They can afford to pay 10 or 20 or 30 because they want to be in it while it runs. But what do we have to do? We buy it inexpensively. We have to trade time. It's just how it is. They don't want, to them, the time value of money is more important than getting it at $1, 10 or 15 or 20. Because they want action. because they have other action going. But this, of course, is really bleak. This is the bleakest of things. Short position in Switzerland called GTII 3 times in the last 6 weeks, maybe now a 4th, asking, that's 3 times, that's not once, it's 3 times, asking if they could buy 20 million shares, approximately, of GTII directly from the company. In the first instance, it probably would have been $50 million. Second instance, $40 million. Third instance, $30 million. Company turned it down every time. So both of those are bleak. One, the company's on your side. They're not accepting money from the shorts. They're not helping the shorts. That's a bleak thing. And the other bleak thing is someone is, and they called through Utah, so this is probably one of the friends of Alpine. They didn't call once, just probing. They called 3 times, maybe now 4 times, because it's urgent, apparently. What do we know that's going on in Switzerland? UBS just bought Credit Suisse at the behest of the government. So you got 19 million shares short over there that has to be bought back. Maybe that's why the price is down, because they're trying to keep this looking like a small problem. But that's bleak. That's bleak. Let's say that's bleak. That the company didn't sell new shares, and that 19 million shares to buy is hanging out there like the sword of Damocles, however you say his name. So that's a bleak. That's bleak. The other bleak thing is the FBI has been investigating a $2.5 to $4 million DK. Don't know the trade, by someone who, the quote is, has been entering trades all over the country. FBI's been investigating this now for almost 90 days. This is securities fraud, but you know what else it is? It's a felony outside of securities laws. It's a felony. It's wire fraud, but it's the FBI. It's not the SEC. Going after someone, I've heard, said, who has been entering trades all over the country in GTII. It might be a Kramer. It might be a Mayo. But whoever it is, when they get them, is going to sing. But that's bleak. That's bleak. That is bleak. Because what would happen if What would happen if somebody's arrested and they start ratting? And it goes across compliance officers' desks at other firms and broker-dealers. That would prompt honest compliance officers and operations managers to buy in the stock, to get away from it as fast as they could. And other market makers and other prime brokers would stay away from accepting orders in GTII if the FBI was involved and this spotlight was on. But that's bleak too. That's really bleak. GTII is a company who tries to incubate other companies. It acts almost like a SPAC. It acts almost like a coach. So they issue shares to acquire a company. They get the financials in order. They do all the reporting. And in a year or two, the idea is that the company will float, give most of the shares back. GTII keeps 10 or 15%. That's their business model. So on their website, they've already acquired several smaller companies, but we'll ignore those. On their website, they have 1-800 law firm. They have Trento Mine, and they continue to look at other companies. I'm going to say 1-800 law firm is gone. So that is depressing. But I think that's gone. Why? Just because the news announcement, the press release said that they had extended the time until May 15th. We're now in June. Nothing's happened, so I assume it's finished. That's my logic. Trento Mine. Trento Mine. A guy named Sean Weintraub, this is all in the press release, owns 40%. He has a deal with GTII. I had a deal with Mustafa. I had a deal with Mustafa. Trento, the other 60% is up for grabs. What if, as a private company, they did an arrangement here, and you had all 100%? This has been going on for over 2 years. But it's bleak. It's really bleak. Have you ever tried to put together a $350 million mining deal? I don't know if you have. I have. Different many different sizes and all that. I worked on a deal that big. $350 million. Do you think it should take 2 weeks? 2 months? 2 years? You have COVID in there? You have a banking crisis in there? What do you think? What's more likely? 2 days? 2 weeks? 2 months? Or 2 years? What's more likely on a $350 million mining deal out of Chile, with a mine in Mexico, with bankers in London, New York, and either Latin America or Spain? I don't know where the headquarters is. What's the most likely? 2 days? I think we can agree it won't happen in 2 days. 2 weeks? I think we can agree it won't happen then. 2 months? I think we can realize that when you're dealing with several countries, several bankers, engineering reports, multiple ministers, it's more likely to take 2 years. And that is bleak. No question about it, that's bleak. Now, they started this over 2 years ago. But that's bleak, because if they haven't gotten it done by now, why are they ever going to get it done, right? That's bleak. The mine has $30 billion of reserves. It'll be in production within 12 months. Within 12 months, it'll be in production. 40%. So that means you don't need a present value calculation. You really don't need a present value calculation. So if they only get 40% of this, which is an agreement that exists, that's $12 billion. But they might get the full amount. But let's just say $12 billion. I don't know. Let's say it's 100 million shares they've issued. 250. Let's just say by the end of it all, there's 400 million shares outstanding. This always gets to the arithmetic. 4 into 12. I'm going to assume that's $30. And somebody's going to say, are you sure your arithmetic is right? So let me show you how bleak that is. We're already at the point where the rumors have been flying since August that the banks are lined up, that it's fine. Yeah, but it hasn't come in yet. Yeah, that's what's bleak. It's bleak. Everything's bleak. But in the example I just gave, all of a sudden, the net asset value per share of GTII would be $30. What does Kurt Kramer do? And Alpine, with their 350 million shares? Short at 95 cents. If all of a sudden the NAV is $30, what do? Keep selling? I guess it's bleak. It's bleak. It's bleak. It's so bleak. The company distributed a dividend of restricted shares. 1 restricted share for every 10 shares. Yeah, but it didn't do anything. It's supposed to do something. Restricted shares. So if there's 300 million short, the system needs to find 30 million restricted shares. Yeah, but it's not going to do anything. It's already been 2 weeks. Nothing's happened, so it's really bleak. But where are they going to find those shares? They're restricted. They can't buy them in the open market. Some people are asking for delivery of these shares, which I think is a great strategy. But I know it's not going to work. It's not going to work to catch out the system. So that's pretty bleak. Other deals. We'll just skip by that, because if they had another deal, that would be bleak. They have cash, enough cash to last 2 or 3 years, so they don't have to take a financing. That's pretty bleak. I feel like I'm forgetting something else bleak. Oh, the one that stares in the face. We know who the prime broker is. What other stock you're in, do you know who the prime broker is? You got a trap short, and you know that it's Alpine Securities. You know it because the CEO of DBMM told us that's who the Kramers use. And you know it because it was in court documents typed up by the NSCC and DTCC as whatever, plaintiffs or defendants. A year ago, FINRA expelled Alpine. Alpine used specious arguments for over a year, and they used their last bullet, which is to move from Florida to D.C., and I've read earlier today the judge is just worn out in the way I read it. I mean, both of her questions don't lead anywhere but dead ends, as I read it. I'm not going to bore you with it. Basically, he's saying that they should be state actors, not national actors. He's saying that they shouldn't be mandatorily required to join FINRA. And there was one other thing I can't remember. But the judge said we want all the arguments in this past Friday. But it's Monday, so that's pretty bleak. Nothing's happened. That's pretty bleak. But if the judge gives a little more time, it takes a little more time. But it looks like Alpine is going to be expelled by FINRA, whether it's this week, in 2 weeks. And they have, I forget the exact words. I didn't spell that. They might have used this word. I can't remember. In black and white, a substantial short position in GTII, or it said concentrated. Well, what is that? That means that when Alpine is shut down, that position has to be bought in. Is it 10 million, 50 million? We don't know. It's big. But that's bleak too. So I've made a long list of emotional negatives and a long list of bleak things. So if those bleak things are alarming to you, you just got to get out of the stock. But what happens if one of those bleak things comes to fruition? The stock is $1. And let's just say Alpine folds. Maybe not right away, But all of a sudden, buying comes in. Why? Because you got to buy back 50, 100 million shares. Whatever the number is. Goes to $20. And then you get buy-ins. And you get other shorts. Maybe other shorts here, and then you get buy-ins. I don't know. Put your own numbers in here. That's what you're doing it for. But if you don't believe it's going to happen, if everything is bleak, you got to buy a stock that's already trading for full value. Go buy Apple. Nothing's bleak for Apple except it's overpriced. But, there's good news all the time, and you don't expect to make a huge return on it. This is expecting a 10 to 1, 100 to 1, 1,000 to 1. If the bleakness wears you out, just sell. There's no guarantees in this that it's going to work, and there's no guarantees of time. You do know now that we read it, Vocal is going to distribute 10 cents within the next 90 days. You can buy it for 6 cents a share. You keep those shares and you get 10 cents. In a way, that's almost doubling it's a little over 10 cents. In a way, that's doubling your money within 3 months, and you keep the stock. There's risks involved, but you can do that. And that's announced. And it's there. GoLogic. You were on the calls maybe with Brent, but they announced last week that they are I forget the word, merging or acquiring a public company. They signed the agreement. And it should be imminent. So they'll put their fintech one assumes it's the fintech portion, the part they want to separate, into the NewCo, which will be trading and will immediately go on the New York Stock Exchange. Well, it's NASDAQ. But so it'll immediately be on NASDAQ. But they'll uplist it as soon as they can. And GoLogic then can use their certificate, their shares as currency to put other acquisitions that they have already lined up in place. The GoLogic portion, it's not really a shell, but it's trading already, has the gamma ray acquisition in it. It's already in it. It's big. But GoLogic will be trading. So you get 2 pieces of paper for 1. GoLogic right now is trading at $1.50. You're going to end up with 2 pieces of paper. One is probably going to be named, I can't think of a name. I don't know. But it's going to be the fintech business of GoLogic. And then the GoLogic portion, which is gamma ray, has acquisitions lined up. These guys have acquisitions lined up. Combined, because I don't know how the split is, within a year, that should be a $20 stock combined. I don't know how it'll split out between the two within 12 months. That's the goal. Based on current assets they already own, assets they have lined up, and their team. That's one idea you could do. And I expect GoLogic to do that split into 2 pieces of paper, 1 stock into 2, end of this month. We're in June. it could go very, very quickly. You got $1.50? Let's not focus on $20, $25. Let's just say it goes to $7.50, $10. That's a nice move. That's going to happen. That isn't bleak. GTI's bleak. That's not bleak. By the way, I'm using your feelings. I am very optimistic on GTII. But there's alternatives is all I want to say to you. Logic was under pressure from a group called Ionic Ventures. They took the stock from over $1 down to 20 cents. Now, they will argue they didn't do it, so maybe it was somebody else that did it. But no one would short $1 stock down to 20 cents unless they had a financing in place. And who had the financing in place? Ionic. And there were rewards in the financing to get it down to 20 cents because they got another 5 million shares. Well, anyway, you can debate. I mean, maybe Ionic just set it up and somebody else shorted it. Who knows? It doesn't matter. But Logic, which has been under attack just like GoLogic from shorts, obviously not Ionic. It must be some other short out there. Logic's trading at 30 cents. Logic, you're going to get two pieces of paper for. You're going to get the SPAC. They're putting Data Logic into Aubrey SPAC at a valuation of $114 million. You do all the arithmetic, and Aubrey SPAC is already trading at $10.60. The arithmetic is done at $10, so it's actually a little bit higher. That's going to be beginning of July. That is worth $1.50 a share. Currently. That's coming. It's already existing revenue, already existing SPAC, already existing management team, already existing other deals they're going to put into it. There's not going to be a short squeeze that's going to change your life, but to go from 30 cents to $1.50, that's 5x in the next 2 months, potentially. Well, when it de-specs, you're going to get the Logic shell, which will instantaneously acquire a larger company than the one they announced in October in the third quarter, which they let expire because they have a better deal now. Well, that one was worth 50 cents, so let's call this one worth 75 cents. It might be worth $1. You take $1.50 and 75 cents, you get $2.25, $2.50 a share in value creation for Logic. In the next 2 months or less. That company already has a run rate revenue around $40 million. Both companies, both the two pieces of paper for GoLogic and the two pieces of paper for Logic, both have the goal of exiting this year with $100 million in revenue combined, exiting 2023 with that. You feel bleak about GTII? There's two stocks. Finger Motion, trading at $1.50. Lind Partners destroys their clients. Finger Motion. I'm not going to remember the numbers, and I don't want to look them up. But their revenue has gone to $30 million from $15 million, or I think that's right, annualized. They have $15 million in cash now, which is huge. They had a loss. But Finger Motion is the only company, it's the only small company in China that can buy minutes, SMS, and MMS, video, whatever those video things are, and messages and phone minutes from China Telecom at a discount. And they sell to 1.5 billion phones. So they buy at an 8%, I'm making the number up, at an 8% discount and instantaneously sell it. And they have guaranteed revenue. What they need to do that is cash. They now have 15 million. They can put that entire 15 million and in 1 day or 2 days make 8 or 10, whatever the number is, 8 or 10% on it. What it might be, whatever the spread is, risk-free, almost cost-free, and then do it again, and then do it again, and then do it again, and then do it again. They're one of 3 companies. This is a franchise to print money. That's one thing that Finger does. Second thing Finger does, like I think the company was called Snowflake. The symbol was SNOW. Big data. Big data. They collect data because they're on every mobile phone. They collect data. And they can sell that data. And it's a huge, the division is called Sapientius. I don't know, it's a weird name. Third thing, insurance. Partly they use that data. Life insurance. Big companies, big companies want in. Munich Re, Pacific Re have signed. They want access to the Chinese market. They have those contracts. Fourth thing, warranty business on phones. Warranty business on 1.5 billion phones. That's Finger. Fifth thing, they just signed with the Netflix of China. Now, I'm sure there's more than one, but there's a company that has 100 million users and growing. And maybe it's outside, it's in Southeast Asia. It's in the news. You can look it up. Netflix. They signed that up, and it's growing. That's 5 platforms growing and growth and great for Finger Motion. Jeff Easton and Philip Vallier have destroyed the stock price, but they are not going to be able to keep it down. That's 130 million shares short with a 5 or 10 million share effective float. That's going to be a rocket when it's finally bought in. That's another one. You don't have to stay in bleak GTII. You can go to Finger. We've talked about Vocal, GoLogic, Finger. There's a company, HNRC, that I've told you guys about. Houston Natural Resources Company. It's trading at I didn't look, 12 or 13 cents. They just made a huge distribution of their non-core business, valued at $3.50 a share. They distributed it as restricted shares. They gave 1 share of WHDI, which will be its own publicly trading company with management in artificial intelligence, in food with artificial intelligence, in other technologies and telecom. All stuff I don't understand. They gave 1 share for every 2 shares you had. That's already been distributed. You can't get that. But the remaining stock has 3 oil and gas properties. By memory, 1 is in Texas, 1 is in the West, Utah, something like that, and the others here in Virginia, West Virginia. Using $60 oil, at least for one of the engineering reports. I think that's for all three. The value per share is estimated at $1.55 per share, those oil properties. Stock's trading at 15 cents. That's bleak, but it's an alternative to GTII if you're sick of GTII. There's rumors, and it's only a rumor, that he's going to distribute 30 cents cash a share. It's just a rumor right now. If it becomes true, I think that stock goes up. I don't know enough about, and I would never tell you to get into COSM because I don't know enough about it. CNLV is a compelling story. They took a financing. I like their mission. It's inexpensive. MULN, electric vehicles, big contracts, maybe that's something. But they took a financing. MMAT, 20 cents. Great technology. They took a financing, but this battery technology is pretty awesome and it's in demand. So if they can cash flow more quickly than these criminal financiers, that could be a play. And if MMTLP works out, MMAT probably is probably going to soar. DBMM, a penny. I think there's risk in DBMM because it's nearly seller boxed. But you got a CEO who is fighting Kurt Kramer. What I heard is there's 2 billion shares naked short in DBMM. And it's Alpine. So if Alpine goes down, I hate cigarettes. That's a kid walking by. So what I'm trying to tell you, Chrome, is instead of feeling grim or feeling stuck, you can either sell all of your GTII and just move on, sell part of it and build a portfolio with some of these other names or other names you might have. Just add to the position or hold it. A GTI, add to GTI or just hold it. What is going to happen to GTII? As Ham calls it, it's the best setup he's ever seen. Just in your mind, where are we? Sell in May and go away. So it's May. So just in your mind, tell yourself that GTII is going to do nothing until September. Nothing. Put in your GTC orders and just go on about your life. Maybe play one of these other stocks. Finger could explode. Absolutely explode. GoLogic could have a short squeeze. Logic could go up 5x in 6 weeks. Silver. You could put all of your money in silver. And I'm not going to tell you how to do it right now, but I'll try to do that in a different presentation. You put it all in silver. You have to wait. It's just as manipulated as the over-the-counter markets are. But silver could go up. Silver could go to $1,000 an ounce. There's no reason to feel bleak. You can act. You can do things. You don't need to make the money in GTII. You can just get out and go do one another. You can have a portfolio. My own opinion on GTII is I think it's going to be the first one to go. I think MMTLP and GTII are almost married at the hip because everyone is paying attention to the other. I think the blue sheet investigation that Mark ordered for MMTLP, the administrative request, is enormous. He is doing an absolutely huge thing. And I think when that comes out of MMTLP, it's going to have a massive impact on GTII. And that could be as soon as this Friday. Well, Monday next. GTII, you could get the Alpine news tomorrow or Wednesday. Or it could be delayed a little bit. But I think GTII, when Alpine goes on down, GTII starts to run. But might you have to wait another 90 days? Yes. But don't be in it because you're glum. Don't be in it because you feel like it's bleak. Be in it because you believe $1 could turn into $100 or $1,000. And if you don't believe that, get out of it. This is supposed to be not fun, but this is supposed to be rewarding. So I would just say, my opinion is one of these days GTII is going to explode to the upside. They have to buy back the 350 million shares. And yes, they have Goober Gary Gensler protecting them. And they have a rather large Robert Cook protecting the gate as well. But when price starts moving, when Alpine falls, when news comes in, if it does, the system will protect itself and they will buy in. And when blue sheets come out on MMTLP, people are going to say, oh my God, this could be the same thing going on with GTII. But if you don't have the desire to be in it anymore, just get out. It's $1. It's not zero, it's $1. If you lost money, let's say your average price is $3. You've lost 2/3 of your money. Just get out at $1. A little bit in logic, a little bit in Go Logic, a little bit in I would say HNRC, a little bit in maybe just get out of the market, go with silver. Maybe and then another little bit in vocal. Turn it into 5 plays. And then just enjoy life. It's just not worth feeling bleak. It's just not worth feeling bleak. Pete the Geek. I like that portfolio of yours, Pete the Geek, because that's pretty impressive. But Pete, if he does pay 30 cents, that 30 cents, just looking at what you wrote, could pay the cost. No, I guess not quite. But it might offset some of the cost of those other stocks. Well, I know. Look, I get depressed and bothered by it, but what I didn't really take an action on GTII, but I took a decision. They drove it under $1. And you know, they said they would, and they did it. But it's a stupid trade. It's a really stupid trade. Kurt Kramer is bragging that he made a killing, apparently. But this push down under $1 is stupid. And they're gonna stiff their own prime broker. They're gonna stiff the system. But there's nobody gonna come in and take over for this trade. There just isn't. So it's gonna have to be bought in. So I decided, okay, bring it on. You're gonna drive it down to 40 cents, 50 cents? I don't think they can do it. But in my head, it's kind of a what's the worst that could happen. I mean, there's even another worst that could happen. If you really want to be extreme, all right, I'll hold it till it goes to 0. That's gets close to diamond hands, I know. I'm not saying diamond hands GTII. I'm saying that there's still 350 million shares out there to be bought back in. There's 35 million shares, restricted shares, that have to be located by the system. Is it going to catch it out? Who knows? There's the West Christian lawsuits going on. There's the FBI investigation. There's Alpine going down. There's the 19 million shares that have to be bought back out of Switzerland. Some of this is speculation on my part. There's the potential of the Trento mine. The company's on your side. The company's not going to sell out to the shorts. The shorts are not going to be able to get out of this problem by driving the stock price down to pennies. The company doesn't need money. They're not going to be able to get out of this problem by the company selling shares. The shorts are in trouble. The shorts are on margin. The shorts have infinite risk. You have no risk other than your own impatience. And you have the risk that you're wrong. Me, I have no risk other than my impatience and the risk that I'm wrong. So what I decided is I sat down with a piece of paper and I said, do I want to sell here at 95 cents and buy it back at 50 cents? Clearly, in retrospect, I should have sold at $2.25 and bought it back at $1. Clearly, in retrospect. Well, am I going to get another chance to double up my position? And I, for myself, decided that I'm not willing to take that risk, because as soon as I'm out of it, it'll run. And as Ham says, Ham didn't do all this work for GTII to trade out for 50 cents profit or trade down for 50 cents loss. He did this trade for life-changing rewards. But if you feel it's bleak, I'm not telling you to hold on. I'm just telling you, make a decision. Get rid of the emotion, because it sucks. It sucks. We should have sold at when Lou and Frank got us all to go to COSM. We should have sold then. We should have sold in January when it was 2. We should have sold in February or March when it was 3. We should have sold last month when it was 250 or 2. But we didn't, and we're here. all of the reasons to buy the stock are still in place. When I first saw GTII, it was a POS company with nothing going for it except a 50 million share plus or minus 40, 50, 60 million naked share position from one trapped short named Kurt Kramer. That was February of 2021. Now, that same criminal, in my judgment, may have taken money out from when it was higher, and with his buddies, they all attacked, they colluded, they racketeered, they defrauded, they cheated, and maybe he made some money taking money out. But he still took a giant number 2 on the market and on the prime broker. And we can't tell for sure. Only Gary Gensler can. There's 350 million shares. 2.5 years ago, there was 50 million shares. One stupid, naked trap short. Now, there's still one stupid, naked trap short, and the prime broker that he abused. It was the same prime broker then. The only difference is there's 350 million shares naked short. That's the difference. The stock then was in the 30-40 cent range. Today it's in the 90 cent range. What have we learned in between? We've learned that the company will not sell stock, will not sell out its shareholders like so many other companies did. We know that the company has worked on other projects. We know the company is doing everything it can to catch out the shorts. We know that the company has hired Wes Christian. And we know that Kurt Kramer blew up his accounts as it related to this at Alpine. Now, he may have made money elsewhere. Alpine's taken over the trade. Alpine's in trouble. We know that. We know that there's clients in San Francisco, in Switzerland, short. I don't know. The story has gotten better, not worse. All of the items that were there 2.5 years ago are still there, if not better. So am I diamond handing? Maybe. But when you sit down, you write it all down, try to take the emotion out of it. And then you say to yourself, do I know a better story here? For example, compare GTII to Vocal. Vocal, I think, has 400 million shares short. Or 325. I think the number was 325 million. Is that a better story? Well, you sit down and you write down the things you know and say, all right, I think Vocal at 6 cents might go to 60 cents like it did before. I think GTII at 90 cents could go to $9 like it did before. Which is more likely? Which could happen soonest? Are they equally likely? Are they equally likely? Well, then I'd look at my account and I say, you know what? I hate doing it, but I'm going to take a loss on part of my position in GTII and I'm going to buy Vocal. And I'm going to have two stocks. Or I'm going to do that and I'm going to buy some Logic, because when Logic triples, I'll get out of Logic and go back into GTII, or I'll just keep that money, depending on what's happened to GTII. But I'm so bleak about GTII, I don't like just being in one stock. That's one choice you can make. Or you sit down and you realize, you know what? What got me in GTII in the first place was the massive upside. And all the reasons that could trigger that massive upside are still there. Maybe I'm being childish thinking it should have happened in 6 months and it didn't. But it's not like popcorn. It's not like AMC where he issued massive quantities of new shares. It's not the same with GME. No, it's not like that. So you just have to, for me, I can only speak for me. For me, I decided I'm really mad at myself that I didn't trade several times out of GTII, buy more, so I would have my position for free, or I'd have a larger position. I'm mad at myself for that. But when I'm honest with myself, I realize getting mad about it doesn't change the facts. I am where I am. So then, when I look at my position in GTII, would I rather own these other stocks? And I already own positions in all of those, except I took my losses in Vocal. So in most of the ones I mentioned, I already own positions. Should I add to them, or should I wait and see what GTII does? Well, to me, every time GTII has a prolonged downturn based on fraud, based on nothing other than fraud, and you can argue, why should it be worth so much? But I mean, what does the company have? Well, I'll tell you one thing it has. It has, its biggest asset is 350 million shares that need to be bought back in. That's pretty big. That's bigger now than Vocal's position was. And I don't personally see the reason I don't see the reason to change my mind on the position in GTII. And I have enough logic, go logic, not a huge positions, but I have enough if they go, and GTI hasn't gone yet. I will get out and buy more GTII. I have enough. With the other, I'll just say with the others because it's so noisy. I have enough with the others to do the same thing. But I'm going to hold on to my GTII. And I don't think it's bleak at all. But if you feel like it's bleak, just take action. You don't have to, like Ham always says, you don't have to stand like a statue. And you don't have to make your money back in the same stock that you lost your money in. It's the toughest thing is sometimes you have to say, you know what, I don't agree with everybody else. I'm going to get out of this stock. And once I'm out, I'm not looking back. But if I have a better idea, I'm going to go with the better idea. Spiny, that's a good point. And to one up you, GTI's biggest asset is us, but it's also Ham. There's something wrong with my microphone. So anyway, GTII went to $8 to $9. And in retrospect, we should have maybe taken advantage of that. But how did you know it wasn't going to break out? I didn't. And then Lou and Frank Benedetto came and told us to sell at $6 or $5 because they had a much better idea, COSM. That CEO was honest, GTII's wasn't. That stock had 2,000% short position. Lou couldn't get a return phone call about how big the short position was in GTII, so we can always find out later. COSM was going to change its name. That was going to cause a short squeeze. COSM was going to change the QSIP. That was going to cause a short squeeze. The CEO wasn't going to do deals, any financings, and they had big contracts. So if they had just said get out here, that would have in retrospect, that was a genius recommendation. But they said to buy COSM at 20 cents, and then COSM, most people bought it much higher, 60, 80 cents. And then I can't remember the translation of the ratios, but COSM went to, in a orgy of buying, it went to $24, and the CEO did a deal with the shorts at $11. And I don't think the stock has ever really recovered. I think it's at 3 something. It's back under the 20 cents. So anyway, what I want to say though about GTII, since that time, at least 125 million more shares have been shorted. At least 125 more have been counterfeited. At least. I've given you a list of all the other things that are pending, from Alpine to Switzerland, possibly Trento, FBI, West. But this is even a bigger bonfire waiting to happen. Even bigger than when it was $6. The other thing that's happened since Lou told it and Frank told us to sell, time has gone by. Time has gone by. This was essentially October, November. So it's almost 6 months have gone by. We've gone through the pain. We've gone through the wait. And to let our emotions of bleakness tell us, all right, I'm just going to sell now. That's a good feel. That's a feeling. It feels good. I had a client who got, in my judgment, got fooled by a charlatan. But he was tired of dealing with all the stress, many, many millions of dollars. He's a good guy, very good guy. And he just said, fine, I'll sign it. Let's do something. Let's just do something. And he turned his back on it, signed it, boom, done. Well, the good thing about him is his mental fortitude. He's gone on and done many, many other things. But in this case, in his case, I can't tell how it's all going to turn out. But sometimes you do something because, that felt good, I took action. But that's not in investments. The damnable thing about it is you've got to try to figure out what are the facts as you know it, best you can, and what's the setup. I'm not trading GTII based on charts, based on But I should have. I'll admit, I should have not been doing it maybe. But what I see is, along with him, it is the single best setup for a short squeeze. And it could be massive. But I gave you a list just now of several other companies that could be rewarding both fundamentally and with short squeezes. So, and I think there's a lot of other companies out there. But the one that we have an edge on, one trap short. Management isn't going to short circuit us. We know who the prime broker is. One shady, in trouble prime broker. And then you've got the information right out in the open about that short in black and white. You've got Alpine going down. I mean, I keep going over the same list. But these are the factual things on our list. What can we put on the other side? Kurt Kramer always gets away with securities fraud. Well, my mother used to teach me, when I was thinking that way, to rephrase the observation. Up until now, Kurt Kramer has always gotten away with securities fraud. Up until now. Does that mean he's going to get away with it in the future? I doubt it. There's a lot of stuff going on out there. A lot of awareness. Alpine. They've always gotten away with it in the past. Up until recently, Alpine has always gotten away with securities fraud. Well, there'll always be other shorts that come into GTII because they work with Kurt Kramer on his other victims. Up until recently, there's always been other shorts that come in and work with Kurt Kramer. Gary Gensler always protects criminals like Kurt Kramer. Up until recently, Gary Gensler has always protected criminals like Kurt Kramer. The system never gives out the blue sheets. Up until recently, the system has never given out blue sheets. Mainly because of the request for administrative, I don't have the wording, the administrative request that Mark put in. But then all the hard work on MMTLP. Nobody understands this. Nobody understands what's going on. Up until recently, nobody understood it. But now there's over 100,000 people that understand it. So I guess what I'm just trying to say is, in investments, you just got to get rid of feelings. At the same time, you've got, like in these communities and in these situations, you got to have your alarm bells up for people that are poisoning the well or trying to scare you. So, there's no perfect message here. It's an art, not a science. But feeling that GTII is never going to go up, when you feel that way, it's time to sit down and ask yourself, what is the information I have? Why did I get in it in the first place? Do I have a better better thing to do with my money. I mean, I'll use Vocal as an example, where I was 100% wrong. I never expected the CEO to turn down that merger, which was at over $3 a share. Never. Of course, it was stock, but it was with the whales that we have. But what I regret is I didn't sell. I know people that sold at 80, 70, 60, 30. What was I thinking? So that was a situation where several things changed dramatically. Number one, a lot of people lost confidence in the CEO. Number two, the decision he made was an earthquake. But there were still some good enough pieces left that I didn't see clearly enough the impact of the decision to walk away from the merger would have. I thought maybe it would settle down and then recover a little bit. Totally wrong. So my point is, there was a gut reaction like, what's the guy doing? I didn't listen to that. I tried to listen to it right. So there's no guarantee you're going to get it right. And when in doubt, diversify. Basically, when in doubt, diversify. When you're certain, that's when you should concentrate your positions. But I don't know what's going on with my microphone that it doesn't work. I'm not a lawyer about I'm not a lawyer about the judge's decision. I see. That's the problem. Maybe that's broken. Maybe I need to get a new one of these. Well, I think that's easily done. I think that's easily done. I have to look into that. I'm not sure about the appeals process, but I believe two things on it. One, that's why the judge is being so careful to follow the inanities of Alpine's attorneys, to make sure that if it is appealed, it won't redound poorly on the judge. But I also think that as soon as the judge makes their decision, unless the opposing side appeals that minute, I think FINRA's going to expel. I think Alpine will be expelled. And then they can appeal, but Alpine's already been expelled. That's what I think is going to happen. When in doubt, kick her out. When in doubt, invite her in. Well, now I got confused. William Tuck, now I got confused. You're talking about, I was talking about GTII. You're talking about MMTLP? Yes, I think because that's not as late stage as GTII, I think the judge, whatever the judge decides on the blue sheets, almost certainly will be appealed in MMTLP. I think the ruling will go your way, my way. I own MMTLP too. I think it will come our way. And that's in no small part because of what Mark's done, but it's also because we're in the right. It's an administrative request. And what FINRA, I'm talking about MMTLP, what FINRA wrote back is just so Mickey Mouse to me. Do I think FINRA will refuse to comply? I don't know what that means, what your sentence means when it's joined by your first sentence. Can the decision be appealed? I think FINRA will appeal it. Does that mean they're refusing to comply? I don't know. I'm not smart enough with the English language. I think they'll appeal it, which means during the appeal process, they're not required to comply. I don't think settlement talks will intensify at all. No. I don't see any pressure. I don't see any pressure anywhere that's going to cause settlement talks in MMTLP to speed up. I don't see it anywhere. Back in December, I put out a video and I talked about it. And I don't go watch my old videos, so I don't know which one, and I'm not going to watch it, but it's there. And I said, not so complicated. I said there's an obvious settlement. And I suppose another settlement that I talked about with John Berta too is you could do a reverse in the gray market area. Basically, you could do my settlement. You have gray market, which could include a sort of a Dutch auction, a reverse Dutch auction. Or you could open it up for trading. Or you could go the legal route. And to me, the least attractive is the one going the legal route. And to me, that's what's happening, the legal route. That's exactly what's happening. So, I don't think, the longer the process goes on, I think they could do a gray market trading or some sort of kind of like a reverse Dutch auction where they come at you and they say, we're going to pay $10. And then however many people accept $10, that's it. And then they come and say, we're going to pay $15 and then we're going to pay $30. Maybe. But I think because we're all communicating, that won't succeed very well. I also think that because there's so many people involved, so many lawyers involved, nobody's going to pay out any money without releases signed. And I just got to tell you, I just don't see it happening. I've only been in one process that I can even relate somewhat to this, and it was so much smaller. But because by the end we sat at a big table, there must have been 30, 40 lawyers at the table. Maybe less, 20, 30. It went on for 2.5, 3 years. Because lawyers are going to do everything through the cleansing process of the courts. and they're going to have documents, and they're going to have sign-offs, and they get paid every single step of the way. It's going to get expensive. But no, I don't see any reason why settlement talks will speed up on MMTLP. Now, having said that, you asked me that. I've been hearing that there are negotiations going on and there are settlements going on. So let me give you the scenarios where I think it could happen. Remember, you have 4 or 5 big investors on your side, on my side, negotiating, and they're not going to leave us behind. So what are the pressures that could make something happen? Those guys, their lawyers. One pressure is that NextBridge needs money to develop its projects. And the only way to move forward with a big money raise is to clean this up. So since they're all big investors in NextBridge, there's going to be pressure coming from them. The pressures that you are putting on via Busy Brands, via Due Diligence, via the Statue of Liberty, but via the lawyers, via Anna, Lou. I'm trying to remember these other Matt and Mike, LT. I'm going to say her name wrong. Rosina Sadaman. All of these, the pressures that are going on in Congress, that could make something happen. The other thing that could make a settlement happen is the broker-dealers themselves, the broker-dealers. There's 109 broker-dealers in MMTLP. That means 80% of them aren't in it big, and they just want out of this problem. And they're calling, I bet, they're calling FINRA all the time. And they have lawyers calling FINRA. So that would press for a solution. But where I'm skeptical that something is going to be resolved quickly, because I assume by quickly you mean in the next week or two, is all the lawyers. As long as the stock's not trading, they don't feel a lot of pressure. The next time there'll be pressure is the value of NextBridge. There was already a news announcement that was really positive on NextBridge, very positive, that to me has increased the value of NextBridge and the value of what MMTLP should be worth. There was an announcement that NextBridge acquired 100% of the Oro Grande. That increases what shares are worth, although there could be a debate. Well, you don't take into account the full 100%. Anyway, that's legal maneuvering. But as NextBridge goes forward, as the viability of that project is proven, as the value of the oil in the ground not only maybe is proven but starts producing, the only thing is the value of your MMTLP goes up. That'll put pressure for a settlement. But right now, as you talk to me, I don't see any urgency to come to the global solution of this problem soon. And what I mean is over the next weeks. Could they do it? I'm just not even sure they could get it done in in the next 2 or 3 months. And remember why I'm feeling that way. I think the settlement number is going to be huge. If they could get all of you guys to settle for 12 or 20 bucks, they do it in a heartbeat. But I don't think that's going to be the settlement number. I think it's going to be big. And that just means lawyers are going to run the clock, go back and forth. We're not talking about settlement on a house here. And then the lawyers are going to want to go through court processes so that they can't be sued later on. Yeah, I'm not that optimistic that you're talking weeks. Now, having said that, the blue sheet is massive. And I think that'll come out, and that'll shake the system. If that makes congressmen and women react, you could get a settlement. Not a settlement. You get some movement toward a settlement. You could get an announcement of a parameter within which everyone's agreed to settle. But I just think that writing it up and getting it lawyered up and documented is going to take a long time. Let them go to spaces. Exactly. I don't think anyone's going to... Brendan, what are you stressed out about? What are you stressed out about? What is it that I said that stressed you out? Brendan, tell me what it is, because I don't think you need to be stressed out. You don't, if you're stressed out, I'm just guessing what you're, enough MMTLP? Well, tell me what you want to talk about. But let me just tell Brendan, I think Brendan's talking about MMTLP, but I'm not sure. Lou is the man? Hey, Robert. Well. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's stressful. I think realistically, I just think it's going to be hard. Now, maybe with people that, there's a lot of people in your situation, I feel that stress too. So that might be a reason for somebody. Maybe one of the broker-dealers petitions the court, and I'm not even sure it's in court yet, so maybe they would petition FINRA and say, we would like to put an offer out to our investors to buy back their shares at such and such. Will you approve it? And you might see something like that. But I still think it's going to take weeks, not immediate. At the soonest, it would be weeks, if not months. I would say that there might be people out there that would buy your shares if you signed a contract. I just don't know how to write that contract. But I think it could be a pretty simple contract that as soon as just transferring the name and ownership to the new person, you might be able to sell your shares in MMTLP. But I'm sorry I just don't see a sped up cash payment in MMTLP. Doesn't mean they might not speed up negotiations or come out with a memorandum of understanding, but anyway, I'm sorry to feel that way. In GTII, I was giving you the psychological way that I'm using to just get through it right now. And that is, they might still work against it, and it could still take time, and I'm ready to gut it out. But in the case of GTII, I think it can change on a dime, and I think GTII could be $2 very, very quickly, very, very quickly. And then you'll face the choice of, do I get out at $1.50 or $2, $2.25, or am I back in it to see if it'll run? But I think we're very close to a snapback in the price of GTII. Intuitively, you might be wondering, why would that be? They've been able to get it down. Well, it's all manipulated on the way down. This has not been real volume, and they've already taken the money out, stolen the money out of the market that Gary Gensler allows them to do. They're not going to be able to do it down to 70 cents, 80 cents, and no one's really going to want to do that. They'll move on to a different stock. But if MMTLP's blue sheets come out, I think it'll help GTII go up. If GTII gets progress on Alpine, I think it'll help MMTLP's situation. More information is going to help. So anyway, I wouldn't give up on GTII having a move for you that will give you some flexibility. I really wouldn't. I know I came on heavy with Chrome because he's down. He's feeling like it's never going to end. And I guess I was trying to prove a point that feelings are not what we should be going on. And maybe I overdid that. But we've been waiting on GTII. Everything about Trento, if it's going to happen, should happen now or in the very near term. Everything that happens about Alpine should happen now or in the very near term. Everything that's going to happen about this 19 million shares to be bought back should happen presently. The FBI investigation has been going on. That should happen any day now, the results of that. That cocky guy, Kramer, said he made a killing. Now he sits back and waits for the lawsuits. Well, I think the lawsuits will come, but not like he's ever experienced before. He's not going to get a lawsuit like the one HPIL did against Kramer, and then it's amicably settled. He's not going to get one of those lawsuits. He's not going to get a lawsuit like Vanu did against Kramer, and then it was amicably settled. He's not going to get one of those. He's going to get a lawsuit from West Christian that's going to rip him a new one. So he's all cocky that he's sitting back and it's going to be like it was in the past. It's not. I don't know what that means, GFYM. Stop overtaking, William. Over-talking. He was GTII and got dragged into MMTLP pumping. I don't know. You don't want to hear it. Stop MMTLP says GTII are the pumpers and shills. Don't want to hear it? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to tell me, but I don't know. Well, there could be a combination of settlement and trading in MMTLP, I guess. I don't see how it works. I don't see how it works. There's nothing to trade in MMTLP. I just don't see it. Oh, I see. It was to Moody. All right. Wow, that'd be cool. Bulova, I can't pronounce it. Bulova Technologies. That might be a good one. Which one would go first? You know, it's funny. I think if GoLogic follows through on what they described, what Brent described, and it moves at a certain pace, there's enough to trigger there, because I don't think those shorts came in for the long term, that might happen sooner, if it happens. That's the thing. I don't see it as a definite, but it could. I would give a little edge to the possibility that GoLogic is the first one to go. But I think GTII will go first, yeah. Oh, well, I don't have a problem with Lou, other than, obviously I have a problem with what happened back in, Thanksgiving time. But, I don't know all the facts, number one. And number two, that's all, it's already happened. It's over with. So what I get frustrated with is that people are still paying the price in disbelief that a squeeze can happen in GTII. And we can't figure it out. Oh, Finger. I think Finger is one great news story away from a squeeze. And well, I did talk about MMTLP too much, probably. And that guy, Big JR, he's probably the one to ask about. I should have my candle here, but Big JR is probably the one to ask about the court rulings with MMTLP, not me. But I just can't help but thinking there's a lot of lawyers involved. Well, I'm in both of them, and I think the blessing in a couple of blessings in MMTLP, three I can think of, beyond all the people, the community, Congress, all that. Beyond that, those are big too. But one is that NextBridge is really valuable in my judgment, and that value keeps going up. So that, I think, is good. Two, you've got 5 or 6 whales, even if one of them sold some, who are going to strike a knowledgeable and, in my opinion, expensive deal, or they won't strike a deal at all. Now, there'll be lawyers back and forthing, and if a lawyer on either side comes up with the definitive argument, that could change everything quickly. But I think that's a big benefit, is the whales. And then I think the third thing is you are going to, at worst case, get your money back. The system can't steal your money. So in a way, you don't have to stress out about MMTLP. There's nothing we can really do other than what we have been trying to do. But I mean, we can't trade it. We can't make a bad decision to sell at the low and it goes up. Or we don't have to decide, well, it's high, should I get out here? Well, I think that's kind of good. It's less stressful. You don't have to trade it. Well, I'm not restricting it. I'm not restricting what we talk about to MMTLP. It's just the one is someone asked a pretty serious question, and then two, I took too much. It's me. I took too much time on MMTLP, but I'm more than glad to talk about Finger and the other stocks. Or I got the dividend. Cabot, the dividend was distributed. I don't have my calendar out and it's dark right now, but I believe that Wednesday was the last day to buy the stock for the record date on Friday. That's my memory. I just don't remember the days. But it was a Wednesday. So if you bought it on Thursday or Friday of that week, you didn't qualify for the record date. And something tells me the record date was the Saturday. But anyway, it was effectively that Friday. And so you had to buy by the end of the day, Wednesday. Well, oh, you bought last December. Did you sell it, Cabo? Cabo, did you sell it since? Yeah, it has no value, Moody Waters, same here, because they distributed it as restricted. And it hasn't, as far as I know, it hasn't, as a company, it hasn't even started trading yet. They said something about they would file an S4. I think that's the right one, S3, S4, to so that it essentially starts trading. So anyway, there's no value in it because there's no stock price. There's no price to compare it to, but based on historic accounting, I think that's what I'm not an accountant, but I think he based the valuation on what they paid for the assets. And I assume it, particularly in the case of the AI asset that's combined with food ordering, fast food ordering. And I think it was called Carl or something, hamburgers. But anyway, maybe I'm confusing that with yet another story. But anyway, they estimated it at $3.50. It might be worth more than that per share, but I wouldn't expect to see any valuation until, one, it's trading, and two, the restriction is taken off, and frankly, the longer it takes might be better for the price we receive, but we'll find out. Well, I think Mr. Hunt, Michael Hunt, we bought a company that we knew was not the company we bought. That's GFYM. Torchlight didn't authorize MMTLP. That's not relevant. I'm not blaming Torchlight. I'm not upset with Nextbridge either. I don't think it's Torchlight's fault. I don't think it's Nextbridge's fault. That whole train of thought there. I think there is a push to get people in MMTLP to accept moving the short position over to Nextbridge. That's not right, and it's not going to happen. An idea of starting trading in Nextbridge or leave MMTLP trading indefinitely, that's not right, and that's not going to happen. The criminality occurred in Torchlight by shares, by the short sellers, by the counterfeiters, by the criminals. And that destroyed value, efforts, time, shareholders, insiders in Torchlight. The criminals who shorted Torchlight should be hung up by their thumbs. But what that necessitated, along with oil prices, to be fair, oil prices went down, but that necessitated a merger of Torchlight with MMAT. And MMAT, Metamaterials, that was, in my opinion, an excellent company, is an excellent company, excellent technologies. And so they made that choice. They created, and I'm going to get it wrong, Metamaterials Trust Limited Partners, I'm going to guess is what MMTLP stands for. Whatever it is, it is. They created that because MMAT wasn't interested in the oil assets in Texas. MMAT wasn't at all. So that was a distribution to shareholders of, as it turns out, MMAT, because Torchlight merged into MMAT. Now that was private, and that was a stub that was going to be given to Torchlight shareholders. The criminals came in with false documents and established a ticker for MMTLP because their greed knows no bound. There is never enough. FINRA/SEC approved it. And in the United States markets, they started trading for MMTLP. And I won't go through the other filings and the approvals. MMTLP, guess what? It was established to be a distribution in the original case of a private company. And guess what? Nexbridge is a private company. So the criminality was done by the short sellers. And the system owes the settlement. People bought MMTLP on a very clear understanding that it was going to be worth one share of Nexbridge. And it would have been, except the criminals counterfeited what seems to be 1 billion shares of MMTLP. And the prime brokers and the broker-dealers went along, and FINRA and the SEC went along. So it's going to cost, in my estimation, it's going to cost $1 trillion to unwind this thing. You find out if I'm right or wrong. Who were issued over 50 million shares? Oh. We didn't buy Nexbridge. I didn't buy Nexbridge. Nexbridge doesn't trade. What I bought was MMTLP, which was a distribution, a stub distribution to shareholders of Torchlight of the Ora Grande assets. And criminals got it trading. That's what it seems like. Well, so they got it trading. Doesn't change that if it's trading a real share of a stub called MMTLP, a real share of Ora Grande, trades under MMTLP, and it's going to be a real share of Ora Grande under the name Nexbridge. That's all real. Your logic is escaping you. Your profound thoughts are escaping you. Well, Craig, apparently these guys operate in the shadows, so that's what Discovery's for. But it was the shorts that made it trade. And the reason why is they were short Torchlight. Don't you guys see it? Torchlight was a little company with an idea with Rich Masterson that the Delaware Basin, that essentially, to be simplistic because I'm not a geologist, that this Permian Basin analog, Ora Grande, followed the same, and I guess it was the Delaware he discovered. Anyway, whatever he had discovered before that worked, it was here in the Ora Grande. And with the changes in horizontal drilling and fracking, and importantly, the change in the Texas Railroad Commission rules on production, and with prices, and with infrastructure. Nice little play. So they had to go in to drill up some wells. They had the Hazel project. They had some little spin-off that's irrelevant. But I had flown out to see it, and that's how I got to know some of it and some of the people involved. But don't you see what happened? The criminals, the crimesters shorted Torchlight. They obliterated Torchlight. We don't know, I don't know how many, 100 million shares, 1 billion shares, 500 million shares. They destroyed Torchlight. They took the entire market cap of Torchlight. They hoped Torchlight would go bankrupt. They hoped Torchlight would be seller boxed. But what Torchlight did, John Berta did, fought back, and he put it into MMAT. But what MMAT did was MMAT took the public trading vehicle, Torchlight, because MMAT was private. So they took TRCH, and now MMAT is trading under the, I guess, under the symbol initially TRCH, but they immediately changed that symbol to MMAT. But every shareholder in Torchlight gets a distribution of this private thing, a stub that didn't trade, called MMTLP. Private. Well, the criminals, the shorts, they don't know how much this is going to be worth. But guess what? Let's say it's 500 million they shorted. They are on the line to deliver 500 million MMTLP. And if you want clarity, just call it Ora Grande. So when Torchlight gave its publicly trading vehicle, it merged with MMAT, MMAT wasn't interested in Ora Grande. So let's say there were, I'm going to make these number up. Let's say it was 100 million shares of Torchlight that merged in to MMAT. MMAT is now trading, changes the symbol, is now trading. So those 100 million shares of Torchlight are given as a distribution through the vehicle of MMAT. I don't have the exact formulae, but everyone is given one Ora Grande for one share of Torchlight, which has become MMAT, and MMAT doesn't want this one share of Ora Grande, so it doesn't trade. It's private. But the box these underfunded criminals are in, I'm going to make it up, they sold an additional 500 million shares of Torchlight that doesn't exist. That means they have to deliver to the people that bought the Torchlight 6 years ago, all throughout E-Trade, Merrill Lynch, Davenport Securities, Morgan Stanley, the 500 million shares of Torchlight which were bought with cash, and those people were defrauded, the shorts, the criminals, have to deliver 500 million of these stubs called Oro Grande. How are they going to do it? They can't. And they don't have the money because they're all underfunded. They're all criminals. They came up with an idea. Hey, why don't we get Oro Grande to trade publicly? And the symbol was MMTLP. Because if we can do that, we can keep the pressure on. We can seller box it. We can sell it down to de minimis. And when the system gets up in trading, they can just stuff everybody's account with counterfeit IOUs, failed to delivers of MMTLP. And that's what happened. All of a sudden, everybody's account had a trading counterfeit representation of MMTLP because the criminals had counterfeited Torchlight. And in order to delay their day of reckoning, they decided, just like they're trying to get you to do now, they decided to make MMTLP trade so the system could just issue electronic representations of shares of MMTLP. If they didn't do that, if the criminals hadn't done that, they would have had to pay up some value back then, and they would have been in trouble back then. So the criminals got MMTLP to start trading, so the system could just continue the fails to deliver that the criminals created in Torchlight. They could just move it into the accounts of MMAT shareholders, which were the Torchlight shareholders. And so the stub they got trading was so they didn't have to pay up and settle up at that time, because they didn't have the money. What would they have paid? $5 a share on 500 million shares? Whoo, boy, they didn't have that money. They didn't have that money. So the criminals came up with this to crime further and to keep it down. But more importantly, it wasn't so much about making more money on MMTLP, although they had that opportunity by selling it down. It was to get the system to move I'm making this up, 500 million counterfeit Torchlight shares that were stuffed throughout your accounts, retail accounts. Get the system to, because MMAT was trading, MMAT, they could create that. But how were they going to create it for this non-trading stub? They'd have to come up with money. So that's why they got it trading, so that the system would cover up their crime and stuff your accounts with counterfeit shares of MMTLP. And that's why the criminals did it. And now they're trying to tear everybody apart. They're trying to say that we made a stupid that's not true. We didn't do anything wrong. We didn't do anything wrong. The only party in this and it helps you, that might be on the line as well as the criminals, are the broker-dealers and the prime brokers, because that's where the fraud occurs. FINRA, yes, they should oversee. SEC, yes. But wouldn't it be great if FINRA lost their $1.5 billion account? Hey, I'm sorry. I was answering Go find your mother. That's interesting, Don Giovanni. I wonder if GTII were to go private. I think getting the restricted shares sent to everybody's, if everybody asked to get the restricted shares sent in their own name to the transfer agent, I think that would force a squeeze. I've got to follow up on that because some people were doing that. I didn't watch that space call, but I like Robert F. Kennedy. What do you mean, Zach Buzzard? Are we getting paid for what? Let me see if... Look, these criminals are like Kurt Kramer, think that they found a loophole, and because they find a loophole, that makes it legal. Kurt Kramer took the Series 7. He knows that you're, as a registered rep, you're supposed to follow the intent of the rules. And there's so much money involved here that they'll do anything. Well, HC, you summarized it. Your question answers itself. What happened to the 1-800 deal? Thought it was May 15th. Well, they extended the deal to May 15th to get done, and it didn't get done. Now, you could argue it didn't get done, so they're taking more time. You could argue it got done, and they just haven't announced it yet. Or you could argue it didn't get done. Well, if it didn't get done, do they have to make a press release? I would say no, they don't, because they already made a press release that by the time it comes to the end of May 15th, that's the deadline. But maybe they should, I don't know. If they did get the deal done, should they have made a press release? Yes, they should have, but they didn't. If they extended the deal further, should they have made a press release? Yes, they should have, but they didn't. So that's my reasoning for why I don't think 1-800 is happening. But that's my reasoning. It's as simple as that. I don't have any scoop on it. Well, yeah, it would be nice, but what if they're busy working on, I don't know, Toronto Mine? What if they're working on something else? I don't know. But I don't think they have any. Let me ask you this, HC. If the deal didn't go through, it just didn't happen, and the lawyers say to the board, you have no obligation to put out any further news announcement because you already put it out before. Is it your recommendation, HC, that they put out a negative when they don't have to, since it's under short selling pressure? I don't think that's really what you want. I don't think that's really what you want. Well, Craig, you're right. I mean, I'm admitting my reasoning. Your reasoning could be right. It could be right. They maybe they got it done. Maybe they got it done, and rather than put out another meaningless extension piece, maybe they're just sewing up the final agreements and the final due diligence, and we're going to be surprised. But I don't know. we're just supposing. I think it's Credit Suisse, but Craig, we don't know who it is, but I think it's Credit Suisse. I don't know how many prime brokers there are in Switzerland. I can think of one that my client used, but I think it's basically those two banks. So I think it's Credit Suisse. No, I don't think they're holding off, because unlike the criminals who can say whatever they want anytime, if you're a public company and you have material, you have to announce it with it's called Reg FD, full disclosure. You have to announce it to everyone with broad dissemination at the same time. So no, they wouldn't manipulate that. They couldn't. And it even goes further, these regulations. You're not allowed, if you have good news, the criminals can sell in the morning, during the day, at night, overnight, all day long. They can spoof and spiff and spam, and Gary Gensler does nothing about it. But if you're a CEO, and let's use your example, they're waiting for another catalyst, that's how you put it. What if they have good news on 1-800, good news on Trento Mine, and they have good news on the FBI, and maybe they're going to distribute their Bronx Eye Care as a dividend. 4 pieces of news. If they, and I've just made them all up just now, if they had 4 pieces of news and they bunched them all up into one announcement, that's breaking the rules. If they had 4 pieces of news that all came at one time, but they separated them and tried to make 4 announcements out of it, that's against the rules. CEOs have to follow the rules exactly. The criminals can crime. This lighting is getting ominous. I know I should get my candle. I put my candle back inside. It helps. I have a lantern, but I have to buy batteries for it. Yeah, I should go get that thing. Well, Moody, apparently there are rats, whistleblowers from Alpine. But the last I heard, they wanted to get paid something. Who's going to pay them? I don't think anybody's going to pay them. Well, I mean, I don't think any of us are going to pay them. If the FBI pays them, great. But I don't know, Matt, what... Well, just to be clear, Moody Waters, if they had a responsibility to put out news, even if it hurt the price, they have to do that. I just, they got to do what the lawyers tell them to do. Well, the SEC pays for a whistleblower, but after the fact, after the fine. But I guess they could make that deal. I called in a bunch of times on GTII. I've never, it's not like they're, paying me out. Trying to think if we went through everything. Trying to see if there's anything else to talk about. Because if there isn't, I like this. I like that. I wonder if AC's still here. Thank you, Moody. Thank you, David. Tomorrow, AC is still there. Good. I just want to show AC in the Sunshine Band. That's what's on. That's what's coming next. Alcaraz against Tsitsipas. I'm going to go with I don't know. I think that's going to be close. Alcaraz is so cocky, and he talked up about Tsitsipas. I think I'm going to go with Tsitsipas in that match. Djokovic versus Kachanov. I'm going to go with the Joker. Rune against Rude. I'm going to go with Rude. Zverev versus Echeverry. I'm going to go with Echeverry. So I think it's going to be Echeverry, Ruud, Djokovic, Tsitsipas. Moody, IMO, MMT or lawsuit discovery as catalyst. I don't see the logic for the other end of the Trento deal. I don't know. Oh, Craig. I hope you get custody. You go with Zverev. Echeverria is very young. He's very good. He's a clay player. And I think Zverev's... I like Zverev, by the way. But I think his ankle might... Anyway, we'll see. Oh, you did? I'm glad. I'm glad. I hope she makes you happy all the time. Women don't understand the power they have over men, and I think little daughters know it all too well. Cute. I bet she's a cutie pie. Oh boy, protection order. That doesn't sound like that was much fun. I'm glad. Does your wife or girlfriend have a boyfriend? Oh, all right. Will, why would a company sell 40% of a 50 billion asset for common shares of a company that doesn't make anything? Well, I'm just debating whether it's worth to go. It's not worth it to me to find the news story, so I'll just tell you from my understanding, Weintraub, Sean Weintraub, owns 40% Sean Weintraub owns 40% of Trento. Now, that could be through LLCs with investors. It could be performance-based. I don't know. I don't want to get, because I don't know. I don't want to get into it. So you're saying, why would they sell 40%? I think they already did. So your real question is, why would Sean Weintraub sell his 40% for shares in a company that, as you put it, doesn't do anything? Well, remember, this is what the business model of GTII is. It's to incubate or to act as a SPAC or to act like a little bit of an investment bank. It issues the shares. Sean receives them. GTII owns 40%. And after a year, 2 years, if everything is in order, Sean might float his 40% as a separate company. I don't know, call it the I don't know, some name, separate company. It's public. Then what GTII gets in return is 5 or 10 or 15% of the company. It's like a SPAC deal. That's all it is. What's in it for Sean? Well, two things. One, he gets liquidity right away. He's been working on this deal, and he becomes a big rich guy. He has stock that he can sell. Second thing he gets is he has a chance for the company to be, like I just said, to be incubated without all the investment banking fees, without all the manipulation of a power up lending. Take a year and a half, take 2 years, and then you float, and maybe you're on the New York Stock Exchange, and then he's running a public company. That's what's in it for Sean. So tomorrow is a new day. I don't know a bedtime song. What's in it for him, what's in it for Sean is he gets liquidity for his personal interest. Secondly, he's part of a publicly traded company that does the filings, does all the things properly, and therefore, I'm not an accountant, but therefore gets the various steps in place so he can launch as a NASDAQ or an NYSE company. And then if it is true that it's worth billions, he's $1 billion company. What's left behind is 5, 10, or 15% of that for GTII. But in the meantime, GTII is the holder of those shares, and it becomes difficult for the shorts. However, the ownership's resolved down the road doesn't matter to the shorts. The shorts are just in trouble. No, it's all right. I don't care about being up. Good night, sleep time, and now it's time to say good night. Good night. I'm glad you got her. That's good news. I don't know. Let's just see how much is left. 4 minutes. How about that? 4 minutes. You know, as I'm sure that sounds mighty cozy. Well, you're going to be sleeping here here tonight. I'm sure that sounds mighty cozy. But I don't find you men all that appealing. I don't find you men all that appealing. Clint Eastrock. All All right, boy. We'll go. We'll go. Because you're the best boy in the world. You're the best boy in the world. I think the market, thank you, Nikolai, thank you for your time. I don't think, no, I don't see it wreaking havoc on the stock market. I think the debt ceiling is completely predictable. I think the market is going up, but I've been saying that it would, and I think it's going to have strength. I think there's going to be some problems with liquidity coming. That might hurt the market, but maybe the Fed will just keep buying. Markets go down with news that nobody expects. And I would say something like a property crash in China or a banking crisis in China is something nobody expects. Or I hate to say it, a ramped up war. Whether you know it or not, the United States of America is at war with a major nuclear power. And that could cause problems in the markets. A bank going down could cause problems. So there's other things, but I don't think it'll be the debt deal that causes the market to lose its footing. What did Berta say? I'm not. I know, Ian, it's very chocolate lab, 12 and a half years old. Chocolate lab. I want to see Berta's tweet. Well, Matt, I don't think it was you, but there's somebody came on that was trying to stir up trouble. Maybe I reacted. I don't know. I didn't know he was a, but I think we got through it. And I think, Matt, you're all okay. I want to just see if I have Berta here. What was the bomb? Can't you just say what it was? Oh, no. Yeah, people got riled up, but I've riled people up. Don't you worry about that. What was the bomb? The bomb. The bomb. Yeah, we can all meet. I'd rather meet in... yeah, I like this group of followers, and I hope more people... join, and I hope I can be more creative. It's, what's the dullest thing about it is not one of these stocks goes up. They just all go down, 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 down. If we had one that was up, we could do a bit of trading. We're up, it was up, and we could do a little trading, and we'd have a kick in our step. Instead, we're just the... What? Kit Carew. What did John Berta say? Oh, they did that on Friday. I see. I got you, what you're saying, Kit. I got what you're saying. We're going a cruise. I'm running 1863. Oh, you are? For the Travers? When's the Travers, Will? Maybe I'll come up. Maybe I'll come up. Maybe I will come up. Because maybe I'm amazed at the way you really... What was Berta's quote? I can't find it. Pit Lolly Grower. I remember Pit Lolly Grower. Pit Lolly Grower, I'm not an accountant, so I can't tell you why they're showing those losses that way. But all I can tell you, they're non-cash. And they issued a lot of shares. I think they issued 19 million to a Jewish charity. Not that the Jewish part is important, it's just how I remember it. And then something like 750,000 for lawyers and a PR payout. I don't know who that was. And then they issued something like 49 million shares basically to insiders. And that was done at sort of a mark-to-market price. So that's where the loss comes in. But it was just an issuance of shares. As I understand it, at least as it relates to all the company insiders, the shares are restricted in that they can only sell 1% of those shares per month. So it should not have any impact on the shorts if a short squeeze happens. It does show commitment over the long term to be part of the company. And I noticed that in Vocal they issued shares. I don't know under what terms. I noticed in COSM they issued shares. I noticed in one of the others they issued. So, it happens. But I, for one, think that the fact that GTII isn't making a deal with the shorts, and they're trying to be there for the longer haul, it's what companies do. Irad Ortiz. Midsummer Derby, August 26th. That's more like end of summer. Hey, Pecos Bill. Thank you, Pecos Bill. You missed my long whatever I was talking about MMTLP, but there was nothing there that you would that you would learn from. I think everything's well. I think I don't know. I expressed I'm not going to go back through the whole thing, bore everybody, but I expressed my feelings that I don't think there's going to be a quick settlement to MMTLP. But my reasons are just very simple. There's just too many lawyers involved. There might be a statement of understanding of how they're going to do it. But anyway, I said that. I don't know if I'm right. But I do think this blue sheet thing could be very dramatic soon. But I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if it can all get appealed. But I said those 2 points, and I also made the point that, because somebody asked if there's any pressure to come to a settlement, I guess eventually there will be. Yeah, I've been to Saratoga, Will, and I've been twice. It's very nice. Well, Ian Dardis, people say they want term limits, but I think if you have term limits, you've got to get rid of lobbyists, because it's only by, like I think of a guy like Ted Kennedy who gets strong in office, they can stand up to lobbyists. Yeah, I hope things move forward a bit. It seems to me, Picos, Bill, that the value of Nextbridge, of Ora Grande going up, puts pressure on getting a settlement. I think the communities, for lack of a better term, puts pressure on. But I just don't see how the system is going to expose themselves to a massive trading debacle, short squeeze. I don't think they're going to do that. So they have to, I guess they could do a reverse Dutch auction where they offer a price, see how many people buy it, then offer another one, and then keep going up. But what I see as a problem with that is they have to justify those prices if they know the property is worth, if they know the equivalent share is worth more than that. So I don't think they're going to, because of the legal risk, I don't think they're going to do that. And then they need sign-on. I don't know. I just think they have to come up with a global solution, which I've described. I won't bore anybody again. And it's going to take sign-offs everywhere. Last one, Frosted beat American Pharaoh. You were there? Wow. I think I was there. I think I was there that time, Kit Kitteridge. I think it was American Pharaoh and Frosted. I went down to Florida where Frosted ran and beat Chrome. I want to say that's what it was. But it's stretching my memories. If I don't know what horse to bet on, a friend showed me a trick. If you bet on the horse that's raises his tail as he's going to the gate and he's pooping. But then you don't have much time to get your bet in. Do we have visibility to who or what amount of money lobbyists pay Congress? I don't think so. Graveyard of champions. I'm just reading some of these. All right, I saw that. talking adrenaline speed. Oh. So it's cheating. Well, the lobbyists are supposed to, because everyone's busy, they're supposed to help and all that. But I agree. I think it's, I don't know the answer to our system. Maybe it's public financing of elections. Maybe it's short elections, like 1 month, like they do in the UK. I don't know. Or 60 days or something. Paper ballots. I don't know. Maybe it's only letting men vote. That's a joke. See if you're listening. See if you're listening. Names and gray horses for first-timers never fails. Names and gray horses. That sounds fun. Well, Pico's Bill, I went in with Ham and Lou. We went into Keen Ice, not Frosted. I don't remember the name Keen Ice. I remember Frosted. And anyway, and Lou, guy named Lou, good guy. We went into Sessions' office to start our day. No, it wasn't with Lou. It was with it wasn't with Lou. It was with maybe it's just Ham and myself. And anyway, I got to say hi to Congressman Sessions, but we didn't talk about anything. I'm glad his office is talking to you, because I ran into the aide that's handling it in another office, in another representative's building. And so I'm glad. I'm not going to say his name out loud, but I'm glad you work overnight in semiconductor, so I'm up until 6 a.m. Yeah, I might go get some rest, but I'm glad you were talking to him. Let me just see what it said. Sounded more positive today than before, but not a quick resolution. Yeah, I just from both angles. I think once you have lawyers in, it's not going to be quick, because they're going to want sign-offs. And how do you sign off on all this? How do you cover all the risks? And then on the other end, one side or the other isn't going to agree to the cost, what it should cost. And they're going to duke it out. I don't know. It's Key Nice beat Faro 18-1. Wow. Yeah, that's true. Communications is good, and keeping it on people's mind too, so they don't forget about it, is good. And I guess, Pico's Bill, the longer it takes, the more time, perhaps, that Ora Grande's value goes up, perhaps, and then that a settlement becomes more obvious and less speculative. I don't know. It's been a while already, hasn't it? I just gonna be like making sausage. Absolutely. 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 All right, let me see what MVP's share is saying about Berta. Berta said, I was told on the 9th by a friend who works at one of the brokerage houses that the problem is enormous and originates overseas. Yes, I understand, MV. Yes, Anna and Syntax, that's it. I understand that they got one share to trade in Germany, and so they started trading from overseas. 2, interesting that most of the names of companies shorting stocks overseas are wholly owned subsidiaries of U.S.-based entities. I was also told that these foreign exchanges should have a correspondent relationship in the U.S. to settle through. Yeah, it's apparently legal to short. You could, as long as you're making a market in that exchange, and apparently you can trade one share, if I understand it. FBI is afraid their Biden informant will commit arkancide if they're unmasked. I like this, Aaron Salentine. GTII short squeeze anytime between April 29th and July 29th. I still believe 10% has to be bought back through 90 days window. All right, the 4th thing, the SEC knows it, and so does FINRA and the DCC. Better question is why and who is taking advantage of that loophole. Well, I think we know who's taking advantage of it. I think it's to me it's obvious. It's the largest funds. They may do it arm's length, but people like Stevie Cohen, Ken Griffin, they might do it with a deal, and don't come back to don't call me. But I think it's those kind of guys, and I wouldn't be surprised if it even goes into people related to the big names like Goldman Sachs. All you do is you set up a trader. That guys used to be on the trading desks inside the house. You set them up and you say, you know what, we'll give you X amount of money. You trade it, we'll split the profits 60-40 to the good guys, and we'll back you as long as you follow, you don't step out of line. Don't communicate with us. Don't communicate here. I think a lot of that goes on. Well, I don't know, this Biden informant, I have mixed feelings on a Biden informant because then you get Kamala Harris, and it would be a constitutional crisis for sure. But I just would like more integrity and transparency, I guess, in government. I don't know, maybe we were all just naive when we were younger and government's always been like this. I don't know. So it's 10:22. I'll go to 10:30 if there's something to talk about. I really... I like that. See, this is what's happening. This is what's happening. Gensler is protecting Goldman Sachs from crypto. 13 charge, we allege Shao and Beyonce engaged in an extensive web of deception, conflicts of interest, lack of disclosure, and calculated evasion of the law. You could say the same thing about Kurt Kramer. You could say the same thing about Lind Partners. You could say the same thing about everybody that shorted Torchlight. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, I can't tell if anyone's there, so maybe I'll quit in 1 minute instead of 6. Yep. I'm trying to play peekaboo with you guys. Actually, I'm trying to see what the baseball scores are. All right, Picos. I'm glad you're letting me know because you just came on. That lets me say goodnight to everybody else. I just want to see how some of these scores are going. And yeah, so maybe, unless somebody has anything, maybe I'll just call it there. The Phillies beat the Tigers, Marlins the Royals, Pirates the Athletics, Brewers lost, Cardinals tied with the Rangers. So Jim Crater tweeted the put is on. So what does he mean? The Fed put? Maybe. All right, Moody. All right, I'll come down and watch the Astros. I'll do that. I went with a guy from Shell. I watched the Rangers behind home plate. I saw the Astros in the old, the one they blew up. I saw them there. It was good. From my personal point of view, get a ugly woman to marry you. The put is on. So he's Astrodome. That's it. So Kramer's saying that the Fed puts on. Yep. So it's time to buy. All right, Kitteridge tomorrow. Kitteridge, Carew. Jenny L is heading off. Yes, I'm still on, but I'm about to say goodnight. Good night. I'll come down. We'll get down to Texas. I still want to open an account at the Happy Bank. What a great name. Oh, you're checking on me. Well, I'm confused by that, Aaron, about GameStop. Had 65 million volume, went up 50%, drag it down. All right, Josh, Picos, John Boy, Mary Ellen, everybody. I'm going to get up and try to listen to Djokovic, and then we'll come back tomorrow. Let's fingers crossed for some good news on the blue sheets front. And, you know, we'll get there. And let's be grateful for the good things we're experiencing as well. So, that sounds good, a roast chicken. So to everybody, you know, peace and good night, and we'll catch you tomorrow. And as always, thank you for the latitude on when I get rip roaring, but I appreciate everybody helping guide all of us through this period, and all your questions are appreciated too. All right, cheers, everyone. Nag, 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 nag. Why didn't I think of that? All right, catch you on the flip side.